To Sometimes when you leave the theater, like with that feeling, like fuck, I missed it already, and you want to like watch it again.
Wish I was in it.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Wither away in that comfortable place where I stay. Barely awake as I sleepwalk my way through the day. Don't ask how I've been if you run into me, it's so fake. First it's all quite piss poor and that's not the answer that you need. I've lost my appetite for the bait. Time after time it's a waste. Lost my appetite for what you time after time can ever say. Not a care for the convo, I'm up in my head, I'm in space. Floating alone, it's the one place I feel incredibly unsafe. This heavy heart that beats in me will weigh me down a full 6 feet. If not these 750 milliliters, one for each of the secrets that I keep. Could you turn it down? Turn it down. It's all too loud. June turned me into a shell. Inhale, God. 6-year exhale. Left a residual cell. Scraps of compassion. Missing in action. No care for the convo. I'm in space. Floating alone, incredibly unsafe.
Anyway, I truly feel that oh, keep going. Anyway. Do I miss you or a memory? Someone or something I couldn't call it. Is it your smile in the morning? Or just the prime of our 20s? I shouldn't bother. I'm just searching for a feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between where we met and where we left it. Almost as if every passing bird flies directly through our shadow. I really shouldn't. Where you at now? Did you save the 10,000 find a passion, alleviate some pressure? Have you got any new friends? Did you find a new man yet? Does he treat you special? I hope he treats you better than I did. Somewhere we were talking, and your eyes all sparkly, got me nervous, not a clue as to what it would be. Now you're leaving, a few years flew past you, and you worried, didn't quite work out just like you wanted. Now packing your things in your car, and I'm still searching for that feeling. And maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between two moments I described it. And now that another bird is past, I'm stuck thinking not of her but of you. I couldn't help it.
Okay, don't move him at all. Back. Oh. Still gonna buy it or should I have a glass of peanut or?
Oh, yeah, give me a glass, bitch. This looks so awesome. Oh my god. I love you, Grandma. Look, this is amazing. Put your fucking hand.
Okay.
Meter low, hanging low. I'm on empty, headed home. I'll make it home. I guess I'm okay. I don't know. No, I'm not sure. I wasn't thinking about you. But the piano roll had me feeling cold with memories of you. Yeah, we were younger, I was struggling. We were good, standing still, right beside me. You were good to me. I couldn't say the same we laid the blame to waste by the wayside. You went away. Took the good times, took the bad times, let them breathe. Left in the wake, the space. There's a question and an answer and a worry in the middle. There was a promise of forever and a wishful intention. What a world it would be if we all made out like the books we read, all the films we see. It's a travesty. As the moon drifts by with the shifting tides, and you're lost in life, so the love floats into the ether. And there was something that you heard and heard, and despite your parents, you placed your bet on love. Said you're pretty, but you drink too much. You've got a head on your shoulders and it's good enough, but something broke you. I said I'm sorry, and it's well in advance, but I will hurt you more than anybody has. Yeah, it's a sure thing. Oh, is it a sure thing? She said, I know that you didn't know back then, but getting all that you should know by now. Never was about the pain you held, not in the way that you shut me out, not in the way that you hate yourself, or all the ways that you let me know it was that you and I, we were on our way. Found a feeling that was unexplained, and you still feel like it felt back then. It's what you tell me when nobody's listening, and you ain't happy where you're at right now. Talked about it for a couple hours, change in the past few years, a couple deaths and a few relationships, a little older and a little scared of making all the same mistakes I made. You said you're weary because you think too much. You've got a mind of your own, it's free enough, but it'll drain you. I know you're sorry, and it's right on time, because you told me what would happen if I stuck around. I know you warned me.
Aloo. Aloo, aloo, aloo. Hello, hello, hello. What's up, everybody? How's it going? What's good? If we all aloo, maybe she will appear. Yeah, if you turn the lights off, on and off in the bathroom or in a dark room, right? And you say aloo, 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 1,312 times, a tofu ghost will appear. Did you know that? This is true. This is just true, okay? Oops. I'm gonna try it. Just don't do it right now because I'm streaming, okay? Because I don't want to, you know what I mean? I don't want to have to like stop what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? Just do it like not right now. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Later then, yeah. What's up, what's up, what's up? Good to see you all. Good to see ya. What's up, Tech Tink? What's up, Celtic? Good morning. What's up, Chris the Nerd? What's up, VCC TV? What's up, Echo Waves? What's up, Pajama Jamma? What's up, Euphemisticism? What's up, Durank Dank saying hello before my meeting? One love. Yo, Durank Dank, thanks for stopping in and saying hi. Hope your meeting goes well. What's up, Bearcilium? What's up, Farksism? Who else is in here? What's up, Adrian Vixen? We got, who else? Reclaw, Midnight Dime, Frankenstein, Bars. What's up, everybody? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good evening, morning, daytime, whatever the fuck. Hope you're having a good whatever the fuck. There's plenty to fucking talk about tonight. Plenty to talk about tonight. There's also 1 million people fucking streaming right now. What in the world? Holy. What in the world? My chatterino is like all red. What's going on? How are you guys doing? I heard news happened. Yeah, you know, this stuff happens. You know what I mean? News happens and yeah, some things happen. Same, yeah. Yeah, my chatterino here, let me see. It's just like, brah, all red. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, it makes sense. There's a lot going on. You know what I mean? But I hope you're all doing well. If you had to describe the way you're feeling right now with one word, what would it be? Mine would be... I don't know, man. One word is hard. On a day like today, one word is hard. Uneasy, anxious, I feel it. I woke up and Taylor Swift dropped an album during World War III, so I went back to sleep. Wait, did Taylor Swift actually drop an album? Sick? Oh no, like good sick or bad sick? Sick/positive? Like I'm doing sick or like I'm sick. If you're sick/negative, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better soon. So what's the word on the fucking Swift, the T Swift album? What are our thoughts? Do we like it? Is it a banger? Food poisoning? No. I'm sorry. That fucking sucks. That fucking sucks. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. Let me pull it up. I mean, I'm not gonna play it because not only will I get DMCA'd, but like the Taylor Swift fucking SWAT team will like burst into my fucking house and assassinate me. What is this? Choop, 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 choop. Taylor Swift's Tortured Poets. arrives with the promotional blitz. The pop superstar's latest album was preceded by a satellite radio channel. She has a whole satellite radio channel? That's so funny, dude. A word game, a return to TikTok, and an actual library. For her fans, more is always welcome. The Tortured Poets Department. Okay. Yeah, she dropped white girl ukulele beats to study and filter your piss to in the nuclear fallout of the Never Tomorrow deserts of mankind. What the fuck? People still have satellite radio. I was just gonna say, that tells you everything about like so much of her audience, right? Like, who does a Taylor Swift satellite radio channel appeal to? Like, that is like white, middle-aged like soccer moms. Like that's like I can see all the live, laugh, love, like Pinterest ass like decor around the house, like the fucking, you know, rustic asterisk styles. Like I can see it. Like I feel like I'm there right now. What's up, Arberlin? People with nice cars, LOL, with serious. I mean, listen. I don't know what all that's like, but I feel like even if I did have satellite radio, I probably wouldn't be listening to very much satellite radio. Is what I'm saying. You know? I don't know. Utah? Yeah, what's up, SV villainy? Definitely soccer moms, van life moms in rural Utah. Like, I don't know, man. You gotta have like, there's just no way you're gonna have a fucking satellite radio station that like is playing shit that I want to hear. Just like, maybe not. Like, maybe if there's like a satellite radio station that has like classical music or some shit, like, okay, cool. But like, I can turn on the regular radio for that. And I feel like the regular radio, the real radio, has like that radio sound. Like, it has that specific kind of compression. You know what I mean? It's compressed. It has a certain compressed sound that is, you know, because of the fact that it's like being broadcasted over actual airwaves and like all of that. So like, I would much rather listen to like, you know, the late night like jazz channel or like classical music channel, or like at late night KXLU and shit where that plays like IDM stuff in the middle of the night. Like, I don't know, man. There's just way better choices. I just listen to whatever the YouTube algorithm gives me. I mean, but that's like, I feel like that's a more normal thing, is what I'm saying. Like, more people do that kind of thing, or like just rely on their Spotify algorithm, or like listen to music that they hear on TikTok, shit like that. So if like you're hyped on a fucking Taylor Swift, dedicated to Taylor Swift satellite radio channel, I can guess the size of the hat you're wearing. Hold on. Okay, boom. It's just this photo. It's just this. Like, I was gonna say, I can guess the size of the hat you're wearing. I can guess the size of the boots you're wearing. Like, I know how you dress. Like, I know how you decorate your house. You know what I mean? And all the little like phrases, the little inspirational phrases that you have, like, you know, on Etsy paintings around your house. Like, I know that you have a Pinterest account. Like, come on. My partner from 7 years ago. Like, all of these people are hyped on the fucking Taylor Swift satellite radio channel. All of their minivans have that shit. Ray Dunn, I don't know who that is, but what's up, Cow's Rule? The algo won't give you this though. What this though? Actually, that's a valid point. Does satellite radio have like a Nightcore sped up everything but sped up channel? Like, you know what I mean? Ain't no fucking Gen Zers listening to that shit. Yo, DeCarlism, thank you for 25 months. What was your username before? I can't remember. I know you had a different username before, but Laffy and Jesus. Yo, okay, yeah. What's up to Carlism? Should I call you Lavi and Jesus still? Thank you so much for 25 months. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. Let's go! Yeah, whoa. That's right. Yeah. DJ Tofu. Let's go. Hey, 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 hey. Whoa, whoa. Throwing ass in my computer chair. I'm a fucking swing my hair around like I'm fucking going crazy. I'm feeling fucking hazy. I'm losing my brain. Yo, Nightcore, yeah, Nightcore. Whoa, yeah, what, yeah, Nightcore, satellite radio. What, let's go. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, unless satellite radio got that shit on it, you know what I mean? I'm not interested. Like, does satellite radio have Twin Towers, Vaporwave, World Trade Center, Mix 4K, Upscale VHS archive? I didn't think so. I fucking didn't think so. What a mouthful. Anyways. We got any other memes? Or I guess we don't. I don't really want to read this, like, actually. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't actually want to read about this. Spotify sponsors Swift branded library installation and a muted. I don't know, man. Are there bangers or what? Also, Tortured Poets Department. I love that Taylor Swift is definitely like tortured. You know what I mean? Tortured artist. If she's still with Kelsey, that can't be good. Needs to be breakup shit. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, we need them to break up so we can get some good music. Vaporwave. Hashtag Vaporwave. You think they will develop that land again sometime? Develop what land? What is this? Fuck Wonder Bread in particular? What's the, what? Is that tofu?
Industrial revolution of bread making. Its consequences have been a disaster. For the American sandwich, they have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries.
What?
They have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread.
What is this from?
The third world to physical suffering as well, and have
Hey.
inflicted severe damage on the
Hey.
natural world. The
Whoa,
continued
whoa,
development
whoa.
of technology will worsen the situation. It will serve.
Okay, that's enough. I'm sorry. This is just the Unabomber's manifesto. Oh, dude. Your ass is on, like, listen. I'm not on a list because I'm a perfect sweetie, right? Your ass is on a list. Your ass is on a list. Boom, 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 boom. All right. I guess we should just get into it. Me? I guess we should just get into it. Let's see. I got everything I need. I guess we can just do it, huh? Let's see. I mean, there's still a million people streaming right now, so it may take a bit for people to make their way in here. But I guess we could just hop right into the headlines. Get the real music going. Oh, you know what we could do that we haven't done in a while, actually? While we wait for more people to pull up. I always forget about this. What happened today in history, chat? It's the wrong day, Rich. Oh, no, it's not. April 18th. The year was 1025. I love how fucking far back this shit goes. 1025. Boleslaw? What is this little symbol right here? The fuck? How do I say that? This is like coleslaw, but like you're a fucking blood. Like you're bicking back being bull or whatever. And you told you're gonna have a picnic with all the homies, and you told the homie to pick up some boleslaw. All right, let me shut up. Boleslaw is the brave is crowned in Gniezno, becoming the first king of Poland. Nice. 1506, the cornerstone of the current St. Peter's Basilica is laid in the Vatican by Pope Julius II. Sick. 1775, Paul Revere, William Dawes, and Samuel Prescott ride from Charlestown to Lexington, warning the regulars are coming. The regulars? Thought it was the redcoats. Didn't he say the redcoats are coming? Or like whatever the fucking what was like the slur for British people? My brain read regulators. I feel like I was taught in school growing up that it was like the redcoats are coming. The redcoats are coming. 1783 American Revolution. George Washington issues general orders announcing the end of hostilities with Britain, giving thanks to the Almighty. I'd like to thank God, the Academy, my mama for always believing in me, and offering congratulations and authorizing an extra ration of alcohol to the troops to celebrate. Let's go. Huge W. Extra ration. So they already had rations of alcohol. Honestly, love that for them. 1906 San Francisco earthquake and fire kills nearly 4,000 people while destroying 75% of the city. Damn. The biggin. Canonization of Joan of Arc. 1909, Joan of Arc receives beatification by the Roman Catholic Church at St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican. Dang. 1954, Egyptian Colonel Gamal Abdel Nasser seizes power and appoints himself Prime Minister. Today in film and TV, 2018. Yeah, way back when. God, I guess that was kind of a while ago now. Fuck, dude. 2018, Black Panther is the first film shown at a commercial cinema in 35 years in Saudi Arabia as cinemas are reopened. Oh, interesting. Today in music, 1985, Wham! Became the first Western pop act to release an album in China. W. Today in sports, 1809, first run of 2000 Guineas horse race? 2000 Guineas horse race? Is that a type of horse? At Newmarket, England. I don't know what that is. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. That's true. That's true. Well, that's cool. I feel like I learned a lot today. I don't know shit about horses. Me neither. Me neither. Okay, I guess we can get into the headlines. Actually, you know what? We have been streaming for 50 minutes now. Let's go ahead and run the ads now while we simultaneously wait for a few more people to pull up before we start the headlines. But I'll go over it real quick. Top stories you need to know today from Reuters, top stories from Associated Press, PBS News Wrap, top US and world headlines from Democracy Now! And then we're gonna get straight into the more breaking news instead of holding it off till later. I got the live updates here from NBC, what we do know. Breaking reports of explosions in Iran, no comment from US or Israel. And then from there, once we get the breaking news out of the way, we'll get into other stuff. Disneyland character performers push for union. Coalition to submit 900,000 signatures to put tough on crime initiative on California ballot, so that people, which is being led by a bunch of fucking corporations, a bunch of retail outlets, are pushing to undo Prop 47 to become, to get more like tough on crime shit back on the law books in California. We'll look at that. 12 jurors picked for Donald Trump's hush money trial. Brandon wins Kennedy family endorsement, which I just kind of thought was funny. We're going to look at the USC protests. We're going to look at the Columbia University protests. We're going to look at all of the arrests. We're going to look at this piece from Democracy Now! The new McCarthyism. Congress grills Columbia University president amid crackdown on pro-Palestine speech. We're going to listen to Ilhan Omar talk. Ilhan Omar's daughter was suspended from Columbia for participating. There's a whole lot of shit going on there. We're going to look at on-the-ground reporting. From that, we have Cornel West pulling up to the Columbia University to speak, having to hop fences to get there. Talia Jane has excellent fucking on-the-ground coverage of this. We're going to look at also this from the El Paso Times. Border shooting involving Indiana National Guard troop in El Paso under investigation. I think Dusto shared this. I think Dusto shared this in the Discord, so we're definitely gonna check that out. Oh, and this is in relation to the tough on crime stuff. The data. This is Prop 47, what they're trying to undo. This is when it took effect, and this is the resulting crime rates. Look at that. So we'll take a look at that. And then we'll do fun stuff. We have a lot of other shit. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist. We're gonna run the ads now so that we can give people time to pull up before we get into everything. Don't you worry though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you gotta do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel, you're feeling generous, and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they can also enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. Yo, Echo Ace, thank you for the 2 months. Oh, also, we just got a raid. Ah, shit. Horrible timing. What's up, David Tovarish? Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Shouts out David Atovarish. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm Tofu Ghost if you've never been here before. We talk about the news. We have a lot to go over today. Bill Boneless, thank you for gifting to Nothing Worth. Very pog. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to the playlist that contains all the videos we're going to be watching this evening, which gives a good overview of all the news we're going to look at. I'm going to share all these articles that we're going to read and these different like Twitter posts or whatever. I'll share them as we go. But you came in right when we're about to run an ad break. I do apologize. Oh, and normally I am not a block of tofu. I'm a person. But it be like that sometimes. Shouts out David Tovarish. And we're going to head to an ad break, but we'll be right back after 3 minutes. Like I said, if you want to support the stream and maybe help out some of our fellow community members with an ad-free viewing experience and access to cool emotes, all you got to do is subscribe, give some people, throw some biddies, throw some donos. That way we can continue to do this full time. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for hanging in there. If you sat through some ads, thanks for putting up with that. Thanks for dealing with that. I appreciate it. It does help. So I appreciate you very much. But we're back. Let's get back into it, or at least let's get started. Let's get started. Let's see. All right, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I saw that, Kiltic. Thank you again, Bill, and thank you again, Echo Waves. Thank you, Bill, for gifting to Nothing Worse and Echo Waves. Thank you for 2 months. I really appreciate it. And also, thank you for the raid, David Tovarish. Oh, also, sorry if some of you are in purgatory. Let's do this. We'll take you out of purgatory for a little bit. But do consider following. Okay. Let's start off with the headlines as we do. Top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters. Top stories from Associated Press, PBS News Wrap. Top US and world headlines from Democracy Now! Let's fucking go. Number 1, Donald Trump is due in Manhattan court as lawyers continue to search for jurors. Actually, this is old news. We'll see updates on this a little bit later. I think they decided on 12 jurors to decide the former U.S. president's fate in a historic criminal trial. What's up, Clapis Lazuli? Trump is charged with allegedly falsifying records. God, he looks like such a Chad there. Every time I see this drawing, it's just like, fuck, man. Trump is charged with allegedly falsifying records to cover up hush money paid to porn star Stormy Daniels. Number 2, Greece's economy is forecast to grow nearly 3% this year, approaching its pre-crisis size of 2009. Number 3, the UAE assesses damages after a rare rainstorm swamped homes and businesses, while Dubai International Airport struggles to clear a backlog of flights. Number 4, the rebel-held town of Mayawadi offers a glimpse of dynamics playing out across Myanmar, as its vaunted military junta reels from battlefield losses. Yeah, they've been losing a lot of ground, it seems. Number 5, Elon Musk has kept Tesla investors hanging following an exclusive Reuters report on April 5th that the car maker had scrapped its plans for a $25,000 Model 2. Oh, like a poor people's Tesla. Whatever. Who cares? Who cares? Okay, top stories from Associated Press. Let's go. God, he's so... Look at this man. You know what I mean? I just can't help but stop and just like marvel. Like, he looks exactly like the drawings. Like, yeah, he's serving all sorts of cunt here. Like, oh. Anyway, 2 jurors in former President Donald Trump's hush money trial were dismissed Thursday as jury selection continues. Oh my god. Bro. One expressed doubt about her ability to be fair and impartial, and the other said some of his answers in court may not have been accurate. At least 15 members of the Kennedy political family endorse... Oh, yeah, so I had something about this on the line that maybe we'll be able to skip it now, but at least 15 members of the Kennedy political family endorsed President Joe Brandon for re-election at an event in Philadelphia. Bro, okay, listen. Right, like, this is lived up to the maximum, but I just want to say, like, I just can't help but feel a little bit of, like, you know, feel a little giggly at the thought of, like, RFK Jr. just, like, not having the support of anyone in his family. Like, besides, like, his kids or some shit. Like, I don't know. Like, dude, the Kennedy family just does not fuck with him, and it's just, I just think that's kind of funny. What's up, Fox of Fate? You got your tooth removed? Oh no, I'm sorry. That sucks. I hope it heals up soon. Brandon's team is aiming to marginalize the candidacy of independent president candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I mean, damn, you feeling threatened? Feeling threatened? And wait, why does this guy look like the uncomfortable high guy? Yeah, Payne Harold. What's his name? I was trying to remember the name of the fucking... Is that not him? Is that not the same guy? Like, he's got the same smile. Wait, no, that's the same guy. What? That's the same guy. You won't be able to convince me that that's not the same guy. Tofu, I'm in EST chatter and I can't sleep because of all the insane news. Hoping your sensational stream vibes help me chill out a little. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry you're feeling that way, Ink Frog. Listen, you're not alone. You're definitely not alone in feeling that way. You know, obviously we're gonna be covering all that shit. So hopefully we can maintain good vibes the whole time, but I have a strong feeling that we will be able to, because this community, including like people like you, are very chill, and we have a really good way of being able to keep it nice and comfy and chill while we still, you know, go over shitty stuff. But thanks for being here. It's good to have you. The US and Britain announced Thursday that they were imposing a new round of sanctions on Iran. European Union leaders have vowed to also increase sanctions on Iran to target its drone and missile deliveries to Gaza, Yemen, and Lebanon. Bro, just no smoke. Like, all of the smoke for Iran. Even though Iran is just being so fucking, just showing so much restraint. No smoke for Israel. Not a single fucking ounce of smoke for the fucking state that has, you know, that is currently, has a case in the International Criminal, or the International Court of Justice for credible, genocide. Fucking insane, dude. And here's the thing, sanctions do nothing anyway but hurt everyday working class poor people, one, and two, we're talking about countries like Iran whose economies have been built to not interact with, you know, the United States economy or other like Western states anyway, as it is. So like when you sanction Russia or you sanction Iran, it really does nothing. But like, you know, it's just like a gesture. Like it's just a country puffing its chest out. You know what I mean? That's it. Like sanctions on an ally. You know what I mean? If any of these states, if any of our leaders had any kind of spine, had any kind of fucking, you know, balls on them, they would be willing to do the same for the state of Israel, where sanctions would actually be an effective thing. Tofu goes, why does Israel have the right to defend itself, but Iran doesn't? Can you speak, liberal imperialist? You want me to steel man it? Here's the problem with that, is like any argument you hear about that, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because you have to be hypocritical. Like you have to have a certain level of hypocrisy. You know what I mean? In what you're saying in order to say that. So it's like I couldn't even properly steel man that. I feel like, because it would be like you know, disingenuous. Like not yeah. What's up, Maverick? A vehicle plowed into a suburban Chicago highway toll plaza, engulfing it and the plaza in flames and killing the motorist. Police say the driver was the sole occupant of the vehicle and was pronounced dead at the scene. All right, let's go now to PBS News Wrap.
Police in New York City have arrested several pro-Palestinian protesters who had set up an encampment at Columbia University. This comes a day after the school's president addressed...
all of the coverage of stuff like this is probably going to be old news that we see in our headlines segment, like obviously from Associated Press, from Reuters, PBS, and Democracy Now! A lot of the stuff that they're talking about is going to be old news. We'll get into like updated stuff on Columbia University and all of these things later.
Congressional hearing on anti-Semitism. Manoush Shafiq said students participating in the protest would be suspended. That included the daughter of U.S. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
Yep.
Police made several arrests and removed the tents put up by protesters. They did not say what charges the protesters would face. President Biden picked up endorsements from members of the famed Kennedy family today. It was a rebuke against Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is running as an independent. Members of the prominent Democratic family appeared with the president at a campaign event in Philadelphia. Carrie Kennedy, who is the daughter of the late RFK, said President Biden shares many of the same values as her father.
Daddy stood for equal justice, for human rights, and freedom from want and fear, just as President Biden does today. Donald Trump mocks these values just as he mocks our system of laws.
Kennedy did not mention
I'm sorry.
her brother, RFK Jr., by name, but she did allude to him, saying, quote, "There are only two candidates with any chance of winning the presidency." There were dramatic scenes on Capitol Hill today as House Speaker Mike Johnson scrambles to get the votes for his proposed foreign aid bills.
No,
Johnson has doubled
Johnson.
down on separate funding measures for Israel, Ukraine, and the Indo-Pacific. Hardliners within his own party are angry over further aid to Ukraine, and there have been growing calls for Johnson's removal. Votes on the bill
Don't remove Johnson. Don't remove the Johnson. Oh my God.
this Saturday.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
In Germany, authorities have arrested two German-Russian nationals for allegedly spying on behalf of Russia. One allegedly agreed to carry out attacks on U.S. military facilities in a bid to undermine support for Ukraine. A court ordered they remain in custody while prosecutors seek indictments. Germany's top official vowed to stand with Ukraine.
Since Russia's murderous war of aggression against Ukraine, our security authorities have ramped up all protective measures against this threat from the Russian regime. We will continue to provide Ukraine with massive support and will not be intimidated.
Germany is one of the biggest suppliers of weapons to Ukraine, second only to the U.S. Back in this country, Maine's state legislature has approved sweeping new gun reforms. They come nearly 6 months after the state's deadliest mass shooting, where 18 people were murdered in Lewiston. The legislation mandates background checks for private gun sales, requires waiting periods for gun purchases. It also criminalizes the sale of guns to people who are barred from having them. The mass outage of 911 emergency services across several states.
Yeah, that's a good what would you call that? An indicator. You know what I mean? Like, oh, Germany supports it? Okay, well, I should probably take it with a huge fucking bucket full of salt.
Night has been blamed on a light pole being installed. The company that provides the service said a fiber line had been cut. Emergency lines were down in South Dakota, Nebraska, Nevada, and Texas, though the outage in Texas was unrelated to the cut fiber line. All call centers were up and running again within a few hours. On Wall Street, a lackluster day.
It's just kind of funny too. Like, it's like Texas, they spend so little money. They do so little for like their infrastructure. You know what I mean? The energy grid is so fucked in Texas specifically that like it's wild to me that doesn't happen more often. You know what I mean? Like, there's a common denominator between all of these states, you know? Stonks, 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 stonks.
Reuters photographer Mohammed Salem has won the World Press Photo of the Year. His image shows Gaza resident Ines Abu Mamar cradling the body of her 5-year-old niece, Sally.
Wow.
The young girl was killed alongside her mother and sister when an Israeli missile struck their home last October. Salem won the same award more than a decade ago. And legendary guitarist and singer Dickie Betts has died. Betts, there on the left, was a founding member of the Allman Brothers Band. He wrote some of their biggest hits and helped pioneer the Southern rock sound. Here he is in 1981 performing his best-known song, Ramblin' Man. Betts died at his home in Florida after battling cancer. He was 80 years old. Still to come on the News
Rip.
Hour,
Okay.
a new report...
Enough. Democracy Now. Let's go.
Welcome to
Democracy Now, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman, bitch. The fuck?
Israeli forces have killed at least 11 people, including 5 children, in strikes on the southern city of Rafah. Israel's repeatedly attacked the city ahead of an expected ground invasion. There are new reports the Biden administration has approved Israel's plan to attack Rafah in exchange for Israel not launching counter-strikes.
Yeah, okay, so this is all old. We're gonna look at the updates for all of this stuff after. Okay, disclaimer. Yeah, man. This is how the day started. This is how the day started. And then this is how it ended up. Fucking so. We'll talk about it.
Strikes on Iran. A 13-year-old Palestinian boy who survived an Israeli airstrike on his home in November has now died after being hit in the head with a package that was being dropped from the sky.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Zain Orak died Sunday. The airstrike in November had killed 17 members of his extended family. This is Zain's grandfather, Ali Orak.
The first time when the house was hit by a strike, he came out from under the rubble with wounds in his head, hand and leg. God saved him. Then, like the rest of the youth and children, because of hunger and frustration, he went to get a meal. A can of fava beans, a kilogram of rice or flour. The worst catastrophe is the one that makes you laugh. They kill my family and send meals for those who are left. And the one who followed the meal died as a child.
ProPublica has revealed a special State Department panel has urged the Biden administration to disqualify multiple Israeli military and police units from receiving U.S. aid over serious human rights abuses.
Yeah, yesterday we didn't have time to cover that. This right here, this from ProPublica. Blinken is sitting on staff recommendations to sanction Israeli military units linked to killings or rapes. It's just sitting on them.
Rape and torture. Secretary of State Antony Blinken received the recommendation in December but has not taken any action. Meanwhile, the UN refugee agency UNRWA has accused Israeli security forces of torturing imprisoned UN workers in an effort to extract false confessions about the agency's ties to Hamas. The accusation...
Still no fucking evidence, by the way. Still not being funded by multiple nations, by the way. However, still the sole fucking entity that had any sort of access to the region. Very fucking important for aid.
Are part of a new UNRWA report that documents how Palestinians detained in Israel have been attacked by dogs, deprived of food, forced into cages, beaten with metal bars, and tortured with nail guns and electric batons. One Palestinian child released from Israeli prison had dog bite wounds on their body. In Brussels, a speech by European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen was interrupted when a member of the audience attempted...
Arnaldo, yeah, there's been multiple reports of white phosphorus being used since October 7th. But, I guess like what, October 8th. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
To make a citizen's arrest.
Mrs. von der Leyen, this is a citizen's arrest. You are charged with aiding genocide in Gaza. You expressed total support for Israel at the beginning of this genocide. The blood of Palestinian children is on your hands.
Get her
You are a
ass.
criminal, Mrs. von der Leyen. You should be in The Hague. You
Oh
should
my
not be
God.
here. You should not be running for a second term.
Yo.
You are a war. You are a criminal. Free Palestine. Free
Fucking king shit. King shit.
The person speaking was David Cronin, an editor at the electronic Intifada news site. He laid out his arguments against Ursula von der Leyen in a piece on the website, which details ongoing efforts to support Israel, even as evidence of genocide and war crimes pile up. Google has fired 28 workers who protested its one.
Covered this yesterday. Amy and Democracy Now's interview with 3 of the workers, or I guess 2 of them, and one of them was just like an ex-worker for Google. I don't remember. Was really good.
$1.2 billion contract with Israel. Project Nimbus provides computing services to the Israeli military. This comes after peaceful sit-ins this week by Google workers at their New York City and Sunnyvale, California offices, which resulted in 9 arrests. Kate Sim, a child safety policy advisor and one of the terminated workers, said, quote, "Listen when employers tell you exactly who they are. McCarthyism is alive and well. Look how terrified they are of worker power," they said. 2 of the Google workers who were fired, Mohammed Khatami and Ray Westrick, appeared on Democracy Now! Wednesday, hours before their dismissal. In more protest news, 29 authors and translators have withdrawn from consideration for PEN America's prestigious literary prizes to protest the organization's leadership and silencing of Palestinian voices. In a letter, the authors wrote, quote, "We refuse to be honored by an organization that acts as a cultural front for American exceptionalism. We refuse to gild the reputation of an organization that runs interference for an administration aiding and abetting genocide with our tax dollars. And we refuse to take part in celebrations that will serve to overshadow PEN's complicity in normalizing genocide," they wrote. On Capitol Hill, activists disrupted Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin as he spoke at a House Armed Services Committee hearing on Wednesday. Among the protesters was Nasiba Hajjaj, a Palestinian-American woman who's lost some 20...
Don't let them have a moment of silence.
relatives in Gaza since October 7th. She held up her 16-month-old son, Hamza, during the hearing.
My child is human.
Oh, thank you, Ronaldo. Glad to have you here.
Palestinian children.
House Speaker Mike Johnson has released the text of 3 bills to provide $95 billion to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. A vote could come on Saturday. Johnson's speakership may also be on the line as 2 Republican lawmakers have backed his ouster in part over his support for sending money to Ukraine. In other news from Capitol Hill, the Democratic-controlled Senate has dismissed impeachment charges against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro.
What's this?
Is unprecedented. We, the leaders of the G7, condemned this in the strongest terms.
This is the European Commission whose president spent €28,000 draping the Israeli flag over the Berlaymont buildings in Brussels. The Commission president who told Israel that Europe stands with you now and in the days to come as the Israeli Defence Forces began its genocidal campaign in Gaza. The Commission President who flew to Israel on the 13th of October to offer Europe's unconditional support after it had imposed a starvation siege on Gazan civilians, who gripped Herzog's hand and told him this is the moment for us all to stand together, whose words were quoted in the ICJ by Israel as proof of their good intentions. There are many in Europe who will be remembered as complicit in Israel's unprecedented crimes, especially the states, Ireland included, who kept selling arms. But nobody embodies European complicity like the genocidal psychopath at the top of the European Commission.
God damn. God damn.
Mayorkas. This ends a Republican effort to remove him from office. Record rainfall soaked large parts of Oman and the United Arab Emirates this week, killing at least 19 people and submerging major cities. Some areas received a year's worth of rain in just a day. Though heavy rains are expected this time of year, scientists say they're becoming more intense and more deadly because of climate change. Meanwhile, major flooding in Kenya has killed dozens of people and displaced thousands of others.
Jesus, man.
French police forcibly evicted some 450 people,
Cloud
mostly
seeding.
migrants and asylum seekers, from France's largest
Wish somebody would seed my clout. Shut up.
located in a Parisian suburb. Housing and immigrant rights advocates say it's part of a plan to remove unhoused people and refugees from Paris ahead of the Summer Olympics. Buses were waiting to bring residents of the squat to other cities, even though many of them have jobs in the Paris area, and some families have children attending local schools. And on Capitol Hill, 2 Boeing whistleblowers did not hold back as they described to a Senate panel the chaotic
we saw this yesterday. The testimony from the whistleblowers yesterday was fucking insane, dude.
Manufacturing and dysfunctional safety.
Protect these people, man. Like I said, get these people fucking security and stat.
Culture at Boeing. Sam Salahpour, a quality engineer at Boeing, detailed the suppression and threats faced by employees who try to warn Boeing about its planes.
I want to make clear that I have raised these issues over 3 years. I was ignored. I was told not to create delays. I was told, frankly, to shut up. At one point, Boeing management got sick of me and raising these issues and moved me out of the 787 program into this 777 program.
But Salahpour says the Boeing 777 program he was reassigned to also had serious issues.
I literally saw people jumping on the pieces of the airplane to get them to align.
Oh my God.
I call it the Tarzan effect, among other improper methods. Again, I raised concerns internally. I was sidelined. I was told to shut up. I received physical threats.
Physical threats.
Ed Pearson, a former manager at Boeing, also told lawmakers both Boeing leadership and federal regulators failed for years to heed internal warnings, even after the Lion Airlines.
Yesterday, we watched their testimony, and he told a story about how he left work one day and had a flat tire, and he took it to go get it like serviced, and the person who serviced his car said, that just letting you know that the nail that was in your tire, there's no way it could have been picked up from the road. Probably because like it was like a really long nail or something like that, and it would need to be like, like a thumbtack size, facing up on the road in order for that to happen. So it's like you just have this big old nail in your fucking shit. Yeah, man, they've been threatening this man for fucking years.
Ethiopia Airlines crashes in 2008.
Yo, Spam, thank you for 17 months. Thank you.
Tofu L.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing good.
18 and 19 that killed all 346 people on board. This is Ed Pearson.
The world is shocked to learn about Boeing's current production quality issues. I'm not surprised because nothing changed after the 2 crashes. There was no accountability.
Or yeah, maybe in the sidewall or something too. Yeah, sitting cow.
Person from Boeing went to jail. Hundreds of people died, and there's been no justice. Unless action is taken and leaders are held accountable, every person stepping aboard a Boeing airplane is at risk.
Ed Pearson also called out the investigation into January's Alaska Airlines door blowout, revealing Boeing deliberately withheld data related to work on the aircraft. Pearson told lawmakers, quote, "I'm not going to sugarcoat this. This is a criminal cover-up," he said. To see our interview with Ed Pearson, go to democracynow.org. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!,
democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. And I'm Norman Sheikh.
Welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Thanks, Queens. Thanks, Queens. All right. To be honest, it depends on the tire. I had Continentals on my old Jaguar that picked up shit all the time that made no sense because they were so soft. I wouldn't put it past Boeing, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's just the story that he told, was that like he took it to get serviced and the person who serviced his car was like, yeah, whoever put like that nail didn't get picked up off the road. That nail was put in your tire, just letting you know. The tire guy would know best. Yeah. So I don't know. That's just the story he told to the Senate. and I'm inclined to believe it's, you know, that it happened. What's up, Noxel? Hi, chat. It's been too long. I had a good sleep schedule. Oh no, does that mean you no longer have a good sleep schedule? Well, just know that whenever your sleep schedule gets fucked up, we will always be here. The call is coming from inside the tire. Yeah. Yep. Sleep schedule. What the fuck is that? That's what I'm saying, dude. Sleep schedule. Never heard of her. Hydrate time, chat. Ronaldo said to drink some water. Remember to. All right. Okay. So, the way I organized the playlist was I figured we'd get the breaking news out of the way, so that I didn't make everybody wait to go sit through all of the other news to talk about, like, obviously the pressing story. But at the same time, that kind of throws the flow off. But at the same time, also, so much of our news, because as you know, I always start off with the headlines and then I go to like something more local, whether it's like LA or West Coast news, California news, and then I go to like national news, and then I go to international news, etc., etc. But so much of the news, whether it's local or international or national, is related to Israel-Palestine or Israel, essentially, or Israel-Iran. Like it's related somehow, some way. So I figured it doesn't really matter. But yeah, let's get the breaking news out of the way here. Let's look at this from MSNBC.
We are monitoring breaking news in Iran. For more, we're going to be joined now by NBC News, Pentagon, and National Security correspondent Courtney Kube. Courtney, what do we have?
So, Lawrence, there has been some breaking news all this evening that we've been trying to get more detail on. Here's what we know so far. According to Iran's semi-official state media, that's Fars, they are saying that there have been a series of explosions in Iran, in a city called...
Okay, so real quick, this is from 3 hours ago, but let's look at this really quick here. What we know, Israel carried out... Is this what's happening here? Israel carried out a limited military strike against Iran and Iran is assessing the strike's effectiveness and the damage it caused. A source familiar with the situation told NBC News. Earlier, Israeli officials notified U.S. officials that a response was coming, a source told NBC News. So when we saw this, the limited response that they agreed to could be what we're seeing, what we saw today. Because according to all the reports that I've seen so far, it seems like it was pretty limited. But I don't think that there has been any statement from Iran yet. I'm assuming, obviously, probably by tomorrow we'll get something. Iran state media reports that air defense systems were engaged in several provinces and that nuclear sites in Isfahan in central Iran are safe. The U.S. was not involved, a source said. Israel has vowed it would respond to Iran's attack on Saturday when Iran fired more than 300 drones and missiles at Israel. The strikes did not cause widespread damage or death. Very important to note this, because there was like fucking 3 days notice. 3 days notice, and 90% of the fucking the projectiles or like the missiles or whatever were taken out before they even got close to Iron Dome or David Sling or Arrow. But the rest were obviously taken out there. And obviously no mention here that the attack from Iran was in response to a provocation. The initial provocation. The Iranian strikes were in retaliation for... Oh, there we go. An Israeli strike April 1st on Iranian consular building. Oh, so I take it back. It's the very next fucking bullet point. All right. So there's that, which to go to the rest of this.
Now, why a lot of our viewers may have heard of that city is because it's where some of Iran's critical nuclear infrastructure exists. But so far, it seems that these explosions are not specifically in Isfahan, where the nuclear facility is, but are nearby. Now, The U.S. officials are not saying anything about this. Neither are Israeli officials. But of course, this all comes when there has been this back and forth between Iran and Israel and threats from both sides. Now, of course, on April 1st, the Israeli military struck a site in Damascus, which was later determined to be some sort of a consular site, killing a number of senior Iranian officials, including a senior general in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Of course, we know, Lawrence, that last weekend, Iran retaliated with pretty great force, about 300 projectiles, missiles, and drones, most of which were shot down.
I mean, like great force isn't it put on a big show, but like objectively, the force that attack was in response to, the attack on the embassy in Syria, was clearly a bigger attack. Like clearly, yo, homo raid, what's good? Hope you guys had a good stream. What's up? What's up? What's up? Bunch of fucking homos in the chat. God damn. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, welcome in. Everybody go follow Homozygote if you don't already. What were y'all up to? What were y'all talking about? Retaliation for retaliation is escalation. Yo. Anyways, if you've never been here before, I'm Tofu. We talk about the news, obviously. Right now, we're going a little out of order, like at a different order than we normally go in when it comes to like all of the news for the day. We're starting off right out of the gate with after the headlines and talking about the breaking news. You know what I mean? The big story of the day, obviously, Israel's attack on Iran. Then we're going to get back into our normal headlines, ! Watching for a link to this playlist and all of the articles and posts we read along the way. I'll try to remember to share. And yeah, tofu has turned into tofu. Yes, I've turned into a block of tofu. That's right. Iranian state media reports that its air defense systems were activated and 3 aerial objects were destroyed over the central city of Isfahan, as U.S. media quoted anonymous U.S. officials saying that Israel carried out an attack. Yes. Yes. All right, let's continue.
Israel again vowed to respond. Now, among the possible response options that we have been hearing about this week that Israel briefed the U.S. on ahead of the strikes last weekend was the possibility of some sort of a response inside Iran, but also the possibility of strikes against proxy forces and against Iranian facilities outside of Iran. There are also some reports tonight of explosions in Syria and in Iraq, but I really have to stress at this point,
I don't think any of them have been completely confirmed yet. No.
Who was behind any of these explosions, these possible strikes, other than to say everyone has really been waiting on edge to see if Israel would respond to this massive volley of strikes that they took against Israel, that Iran took against Israel on Saturday, Lawrence.
And Courtney, this is ahead of where our information is now, but a few days from now, or whatever amount of time it takes, when would we have, or could we have, an accurate assessment, damage assessment of what might have actually occurred tonight?
So we're already seeing, frankly, some social media video of explosions over the skies in Isfahan. There's some things that are starting to come out from both Iraq and Syria. So we may get a better sense of that in the next day or so. It's about daylight in all 3 locations right now, Friday morning. So we may get a sense of that. The real question, though, is will we get any attribution to this? Now, keep in mind, there's a widespread knowledge that Israel has taken a number of strikes inside Syria in recent years, specifically usually going after Lebanese Hezbollah, going after shipments of component parts, advanced missile parts that Iran ships to Hezbollah in Syria. And they very rarely, if ever, acknowledge any of those strikes. It would not surprise me if we don't have any statement of attribution for who is behind these, except for the fact that Israel's been vowing to respond here. So, again, I have to say, we still don't know who or what caused these explosions in these 3 locations. We've been working on this feverishly for a matter of hours now, Lawrence, and will continue. But at this point, again, the U.S. and the Israelis are not saying anything. And even Iran, while acknowledging there have been explosions, is not saying who or what was behind them.
Courtney Kube, Pentagon correspondent, thank you very much for that. Really appreciate it. We're going to come back to you as this story develops. And joining us now is Ben Rose.
Homozygote is auto-modded and can't talk? What? Why? Let's see. I don't know. Where is... No long. Okay, I think Celtic already got it because it's no longer a suspicious user. Why would you be a suspicious user? What happened? Did somebody joke ban you? You should be good. If Homozygote, Marcus, if you're still in here, you should be able to chat now. I don't know. Either that or someone misclicked something. Yeah. I don't know. Should be good. Should be good to go. Oh yeah, Celtic is here. Should be good. I don't know why. Super weird. Sorry about that. But look at this. I love this. Wow. 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 Thanks for that. U.S. had advance warning of Israel's retaliation against Iran, but didn't endorse it. Oh, cool. Cool. Thanks for not endorsing it. We knew it was gonna happen, but we didn't sign off on it, all right? We're not stamping our name on it. Cool, thanks, dude. So like, yeah, I think this was all a part of the plan. Essentially, Israel gets to invade Rafah and they get to fucking strike Iran. There's nobody more cucked than the United States. There's nobody more cucked than the United States. There's nobody more fucking cucked than Joe Brandon. Like, imagine being cucked to your own proxy state. Who's the proxy state? You know what I mean? Like, fucking insane, dude. We live in fucking bizarro world. Welcome back, goat person. Yo. Was that the accidental? Oh, did you get slow? Level head? Huh. That's interesting. It's probably just a misclick. But thanks for the raid, Marcus. Hope you had a good stream. As the great Bill Clinton once said, who is the fucking superpower? I always forget that we have this beautiful fucking emote. It's perfect. I would have it no other way. But this shit just is so infuriating, dude. This shit is so fucking infuriating.
Who served as Deputy National Security Advisor to President Obama. He's an MSNBC political analyst. Ben, on the issue of attribution, will the United States issue a statement of having nothing to do with it, possibly?
Yeah, that's quite possible. In fact, Lawrence, in the past, even when
listen,
Israel has taken strikes against Iranian targets in third countries, in places like Lebanon and Syria, sometimes the United States does put out a statement to clarify that it itself was not involved. That said, I mean, it's...
Hey, don't look at me. Hey.
If you have this kind of attack, particularly if it's in Isfahan and if it's against Iranian proxies in places like Iraq and Syria. I don't think there's going to be a ton of mystery around it. I think what we can say with assurance is that the United States itself did not participate in that kind of military activity.
What do you expect in terms of the unfolding of this information at this hour? When might we hear something from more clear or something official from the Pentagon?
Shut up. Israel has carried out a strike inside Iran. U.S. officials, this is from 22 minutes ago. Iran, U.S. officials tell CNN as region braces for further escalation. Ooh, we got a little video. Pog.
We also now are getting, right now, some very first images of what might be happening there. Flashes, as you see there in the sky above Iran. Nick Robertson is back with us now. Nick, I don't know if you've seen these images or if you can see them now, but it certainly seems to be some ongoing activity or quite a lot of activity in the skies above Iran.
Yes, again, we're trying to sort of piece together the limited information we have. Our assessment is that the most recent explosion sighted in the sky near Isfahan is about within the last half an hour. So this does seem to be, as best we can read the situation, somewhat ongoing, although we're not quite reading it in real time. We're also getting information
this guy fucking
more
sucks.
about the general picture in the skies above Iran. We know that a number of flights in the skies there. We don't know.
All right, I don't care. Israel has carried out a military strike inside Iran, a U.S. official told CNN Friday, the latest move in a dangerous escalation that threatens to push the already volatile region into a wider conflict. Yo, look at that framing right out the gate from CNN. I mean, no lies detected here. Israel has carried out a military strike inside Iran, the latest move in a dangerous escalation that threatens to push the already volatile region into a wider conflict. Yes, the U.S. was given advance notification Thursday of an intended Israeli strike in the coming days, but it did not endorse the response. Listen, we knew it was going to happen. I just, I didn't do a thumbs up motion, okay, when they told me, okay? Listen, I just looked the other way. I didn't say anything. I looked the other way. A second senior U.S. official said Iran's air defense systems were activated in several locations after 3 explosions were heard close to a major military air base near the Iranian city of Isfahan, state media reported early Friday morning. A spokesman for Iran's National Cyberspace Center said air defenses intercepted 3 drones and there were no reports of a missile attack. Multiple state-aligned news agencies reported that sites associated with Iran's nuclear program were, quote, completely secure, and the attack appeared to be limited in scope with no large-scale strikes or damage detected. Reports of Friday's strike came hours after Iran's foreign minister Hossein Amir Abdullahian told CNN that if Israel takes any further military action against Iran, its response would be, quote, immediate and at a maximum level. If the Israeli regime commits the grave error once again, our response will be decisive, definitive, and regretful for them, he added, noting that this warning had been communicated to the White House via the Swiss embassy in Tehran. Tensions across the Middle East remain on a knife edge following Iran's unprecedented direct strike against... Okay, hold on. What happened to the good framing, dude? Unprecedented... Are you gonna fucking mention the unprecedented attack against the fucking embassy in Syria? What the fuck? What the fuck? UN confirms no nuclear facility damage? What's up, OG? IAEA can confirm that there is no damage to Iran's nuclear sites. DG Rafael Grossi continues to call for the extreme restraint from everybody and reiterates that nuclear facilities should never be a target in military conflicts. IAEA is monitoring the situation very closely. Anonymous, thank you for gifting to OG Prodigy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you, OG, for this. Hope you're doing good. Were you there? Bro, this motherfucker right here trusts like random accounts on Twitter way more than they trust the fucking United Nations, dude. This is the United Nations. This is the IAEA, literally like specifically tasked with this. Like, you should know this with the Ukraine flag in your bio. Like, IAEA has been on the ground for similar fucking reasons in Ukraine and fucking like, dude, were you there? Shut up. God, you're annoying. Like, yeah, well, my favorite fucking OSINT account said otherwise. Like, shut up. Oh, shut up. All right, where were we? Tensions across the Middle East remain on a knife edge following Iran's unprecedented direct strike against Israel late Saturday. The attack, during which Iran launched more than 300 drones and cruise missiles toward Israel, came in response to a suspected Israeli strike on an Iranian diplomatic complex in the Syrian capital, Damascus. We're talking about an embassy, all right? An actual act of war, all right? So, which was also unprecedented. Nobody's ever done that before. So if you want to talk about unprecedented attacks, you should be honest and refer to this as unprecedented as well. It's suspected because Israel hasn't confirmed it. No, they just haven't been answering questions about it. Not that I've seen. I haven't seen anything about Israel confirming it. But even the United States State Department says that Israel did it. The United States says that Israel did it. And like, that's all I really need to know. Like, you know, outgoing flights from several Iranian airports were briefly canceled or suspended early Friday, but aviation authorities later lifted all restrictions. The Israeli military said they, quote, don't have a comment at this time when asked by CNN about reports of explosions in Iran. Israel's action in Iran is the latest escalatory move in a region that has been rocked by Israel's devastating war in Gaza following Hamas' brutal October 7th attack. The attack killed more than 1,200 people, mostly civilians. It's actually an incorrect number, but whatever. Mostly civilians, and saw more than 200 others taken hostage. Israel's bombardment and siege of Gaza has killed more than 33,000 Palestinians, according to Palestinian officials, caused widespread destruction of the enclave, and sparked a humanitarian crisis where more than 1 million people face catastrophic levels of hunger. Like, do you see how you pussyfoot around this shit when you should be calling it famine, because people have been dying of exactly that, malnutrition and famine, for weeks now. And you see it like how, like, according to Palestinian officials, like 33,000, it's actually over 33,000, 15,000, at least 15,000 of which are children. Prior to Friday's Israeli strike, the U.S. expectation was that the country would not target Iran's civilian or nuclear facilities, the senior U.S. official told CNN. CNN has previously reported that Israel told the U.S. its response would be limited in scope. U.S. intelligence had suggested Israel was weighing a narrow and limited strike inside Iran because they feel like they have to respond with a kinetic action of some kind given the unprecedented scale of the Iranian attack. So, like, that's the part that makes it unprecedented. It was just because of like the show that it put on, even though we knew very well that allied forces were going to be fucking shooting down fucking, you know, rockets over Syria and shit like that, and that 90% of them didn't make it even close to Israel, even close to David's Sling or Iron Dome. 90%. So it's like they call it, they keep slapping this word unprecedented on it because of that, when the real, like, what we should be mentioning as unprecedented is the attack on an Iranian embassy, which was an act of war. It's a completely dishonest framing. The range of targets was, quote, never specified in precise terms, but nuclear and civilian locations were clearly not in that category, the senior official added. Israel's Western allies have both rallied to its defense in the wake of Iran's attack Saturday, while also urging restraint. U.S. President Joe Biden told Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu he should consider Iran's strike a win, since they had been largely unsuccessful and demonstrated Israel's ability to defend itself. Brandon had already made clear to Netanyahu that the U.S. would not participate in any offensive operations against Iran in response, a senior administration previously told CNN. Benny Gantz, a key member of Israel's war cabinet, had pushed for a swift response to the attack. Two Israeli officials told CNN, arguing that the longer Israel delayed its response, the harder it would be to garner international support for it. Do you see, like, this Benny Gantz is like the alternative to Bibi Netanyahu, right? And this is the fucking take from him. Like, it's the same shit. We need to act now before the international community starts paying attention and denounces our actions. The quicker we react, the harder it will be for there to be international condemnation for what we do. Some hardline officials have gone further. Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir said Israel should go crazy, should go stupid, go crazy in response. Amazing that this fucking terrorist is Israel's National Security Minister. Fucking amazing, dude. Arab states, including those that are friendly with Israel, have expressed concern about a potential escalation from Iran's attack, but haven't outright condemned it. Yeah, I'm not gonna... There's a lot of stuff going on Twitter, you know what I mean? I don't just believe shit that I see on Twitter immediately, you know? I need things to get sorted out by more trusted outlets before I, like, take anything seriously. But yeah, I hear ya. All right, boom, bang. Okay, boom, bang, boom. All right, I think we got the more up-to-date... I don't want to watch the rest of this. Anyways, the ads are about to run. Next up, we're going to get into our regular news. Okay, we'll obviously, keep track of this as updates unfold. But next, we're going to look into Disneyland character performers pushing for a union. W. Coalition to submit 900K signatures to put Tough on Crime initiative on California ballot. L, huge L. 12 jurors picked for Donald Trump hush money trial. We'll talk about the USC protests and the Columbia University protests, and then we'll get into international news. But first, like I said, we must run an ad break. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't have to miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience, all you got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right, we're back. Excuse me. We are back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for chilling. If you sat through ads, I appreciate you. Thanks for doing that because it does help out the stream. But we're back. How we doing, chat? We doing okay? You chilling? Dun 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 dun. Bump bump. All right. Let's get into it. Doing great? Okay. That's good. Good to hear. Let's get into all the rest of the news. We'll obviously, we'll have plenty of time to talk about this. I'm sure there will be, I know there will be more updates for us tomorrow, for our stream tomorrow. There'll be more to go over in regards to what happened today. But let's get into all the other stuff that's happening around the world because there's a whole lot. Let's look at this though. Disneyland character performers push for union. POG. Character performers at Disney's Southern California theme parks have filed an election petition with the National Labor Relations Board for a union to be formed under the Actors Equity Association.
We are the performers, storytellers, and entertainers that create the magic of Disneyland. Every day, characters and parades cast members are the face and voice of the Walt Disney Company, and we deserve to be treated that way.
I'm inspired to fight for my colleagues who have been permanently injured due to costumes and unsafe working conditions.
Damn.
I am motivated to fight for better wages on behalf of people who are barely surviving. Hosts constantly working OT and 6 days. Sculpted performers making 40-cent premiums. And parade performers who are not allowed to be full-time.
Damn.
Thanks for watching.
Damn. And they all are so fucking Disney character coded, both those people. Like the way that they speak, they're clearly theater kids and shit. And good for them. Good for them. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's look at this fucking bullshit right here from Associated Press. Coalition to submit 900K signatures to put Tough on Crime initiative on California ballot. Complete garbage. Let's check it out.
And the reason we're here today is for California, for safer communities, to make sure that we get not only our cities, San Francisco, Oakland, California, to where we used to be when it comes to public safety.
Where we used to be is a really funny thing to say. Especially given, okay, I fucking closed the fucking window. God damn it. Where's my fucking... Where are you, you bitch? There it is. Fuck. Get us back to where we used to be. They're trying to undo Prop 47, and this is statewide crime rates from 2003 to 2022. 2015 right here is when Prop 47 dropped or was, voted in. Look at the fucking crime rates going down all across the board. There's a spike here in motor vehicle thefts. That's it. That's it. So when you're saying back to where we were, you mean back when policing was way more heavy-handed than it already still fucking is? You want to give power back to the fucking LASD gangs and people like that? That's what you want? Retailers seeking to roll back some Prop 47 criminal justice reforms make some theft less than $950 worth, and drug possession, Jesus Christ, felonies again. They want drug possession to be a felony and theft under $950 to be a felony, which is interesting given what we fucking talked about yesterday. Where is it? This from yesterday. LA County Sheriff's Department deputy arrested accused of stealing. Jessica Lynn, 39, was charged with 2 felonies, concealing evidence and filing a false report, as well as 1 misdemeanor count of petty theft not exceeding $950. So boom. Okay, well, what the fuck? That's crazy. We have more examples of cops breaking the laws. Like, more examples coming out of cops breaking laws, and we have less crimes being committed across the board. You were quiet. Is my thing broken? Oh, like when I was pulling this up, probably. Oh, okay, sorry. Ugh.
I know that the lawmakers, along with many voters, and many of them actually had the good intention, but unfortunately, you know, this Prop 47 yield the worst unintended worst consequences, which is hurting many people.
Like, cite your fucking sources, dude. All your sources are just like Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian fucking style anecdotes. Well, one time this thing fucking happened. I saw this person like throwing shit on Hollywood Boulevard. Like, yeah, dude. Cool. You have some anecdotal fucking experiences. It's so fucking obnoxious. Look at this, dude. But naturally, cops wouldn't be affected by this law. They needed for an excuse. I mean, evidence. Yeah, evidence. Sarcastic, by the way. I'm new here. No, you're good. Lazy Lavender, welcome in. Ay.
So much of our laws has changed.
What's up, Nori?
We have decriminalized a lot of crimes that used to be crimes.
What? Decriminalized a lot of crimes that used to be crimes. What was decriminalized? Like what?
Now, people can go into stores and steal up to $950 with practically no consequences. This makes business...
No, where's your smoke, dude? Where's your fucking smoke? Like, this makes you're not making any sense. You're not making any sense. And also, like, the anecdotal experiences that you have around these things, and which also the bullshit, also remember, hold on. Hold on. Where are the corporations that back this? This is fuck. Where are the corporations? I'm having trouble finding the fucking list of corporations. I'm gonna keep trying to fucking look for it on the side here. But you have nothing but anecdotal evidence for rising crime when we have nothing but data showing that crime rates have gone down in California, especially since Prop 47. You know, you're not talking about how, like, you know, the how increased policing means more crimes committed, more crimes reported because of over policing, not even also taking into consideration how many crimes are committed by police officers. This is all, and the campaign to roll back Prop 47 is backed by huge retailers, by organizations that are representing huge corporations. It's just so fucking frustrating, dude. Like the few good things that we have here in California that make California California, even there are reactionaries here in California, are fucking going extra hard.
This is
Oops.
closed. We
God damn
have
it.
seen so many business leave the Bay Area, and we're really concerned about the future.
The Homelessness, Drug Addiction, and Theft Reduction Act embodies
More hogs in California than in Wyoming. We have more, well, technically we have more hogs in the state of California than in the rest of the country because of the population, the sheer, number of people here. We have a lot of hogs, and also remember Orange County, 2 words, Orange County.
change we desperately need. It prioritizes rehabilitation for those battling addiction while increasing the penalties for drug traffickers who profit from spreading death and devastation.
Bullshit.
We don't believe in massive incarceration, but at the end,
and devastation.
We don't believe in massive incarceration, but at the end of the day, something has got to be done, because as community residents living in our cities, the chamber protecting our businesses.
Boom! Ad paid for. Thank you. Fuck. It was just hard to find. Top funders: Walmart, Target, Home Depot, USA. Bro. Chatterino's covering you, Tofu? Wait, what? Why? Oh, that's weird. Why the fuck? Yeah, my little time, my date and time at the very top right switched to my window capture for Chatterino for some fucking weird reason. But this is all you need to know, chat. This is all you fucking need to know. Also, remember this, chat? Remember this? This is from December. You remember this? Retail group retracts startling claim. Dude, I can't fucking speak. Startling claim about organized shoplifting. The National Retail Federation had said that nearly half of the industry's $94.5 billion in missing merchandise in 2021 was the result of organized theft. It was likely closer to 5%, experts say. So all of the numbers that groups like this go off of have been fudged. By who? The retail fucking stores. Like, the numbers that they go off of are fucking generated by the retail lobby groups. The companies that are simultaneously seeing record profits with stagnant wages. Fuck out of here, dude. Look at this, dude. Look at this. Like, fuck your anecdotes, dude. Look at this. What else do you need? What else do you need?
We need this level of support.
Fucking bullshit,
Jury
man.
selection and Donald Trump's hush money.
So frustrating. All right, let's keep it moving. 12 jurors picked for Donald Trump's hush money trial. Should we talk about this right now? Yeah, we'll talk about this in a little bit. Yeah. All right, 12 jurors picked for Donald Trump's hush money trial. Let's go.
A criminal trial is nearing completion after a chaotic but productive
completion. Ayo.
Thursday. In all, 13 jurors have been picked. The main body of 12 jurors plus one alternate. They include a security engineer, a speech therapist, and a wealth manager who's now retired. The day started with 7 jurors seated for the trial, but then we dropped down to 5. 2 jurors were dismissed for various reasons. The process picked up, and Judge Juan Merchan says he's confident 5 more alternates can be seated on Friday, and opening statements can be held on Monday. Donald Trump afterwards said that the case against him is unfair and a hoax.
These are all, every single one. I haven't seen
They selected, they have almost selected the jury, yeah.
that says it's a good trial. It's political. This is a
Look at this waste of paper for your I hate when people do this. Like, look at this. I printed out all 17,000 pages of the verbiage of this bill to make a fucking point on CNN. Like, or it's so annoying, dude. What a waste of paper. That's a whole, like, you went to the store and bought one packet of 8.5 by 11 paper. You know what I mean? Printer paper. And then you used the whole pack. One go.
Wall Street Journal editorial, and it's a shame. It's a shame.
Among the people selected for the jury on Thursday was a woman who said that she didn't like Donald Trump's persona. She thought
he died for this. Bro, what a good picture. Oh my God, you look so good here. This is an epic fucking bruh. I see through you, liberals. Oh, I can see into your soul. Oh my God, dude.
And self-serving. But nevertheless, she assured both the prosecution, the defense, and also the judge that she could be fair and impartial.
I gotta take you out west.
All right.
Some breaking news. It's happening.
All right, we're not going to talk about this just yet. But let's talk about this. I think it was Dusto in the Discord. Dusto, if you're here, you could say whether it was you or not. But I believe it was Dusto who shared this in the Discord from El Paso Times. So here you go. Here you fucking go. It's like it's happening. You know what I mean? We already had examples of what's going on at the southern border spiraling out of control already, and how normal people are going to be hurt by this. But look at this shit. What's up, Cladium? From El Paso Times, border shooting involving Indiana National Guard troop in El Paso under investigation. Tell me, why the fuck was an Indiana National Guard troop in Texas, and why the fuck did they kill somebody? How could you have let this happen? This is fucking insane. This is absolutely bonkers. An investigation is underway into a shooting involving an Indiana National Guard trooper and a migrant at the U.S.-Mexico border in El Paso, authorities said. The Texas Military Department, is something that was new to me when all of this shit started popping off like months back. Texas has their own military outside of the National Guard. Like, the whole, like, Lone Star State, like, fucking defend the Alamo shit, like, they have their own little military. The Texas Military Department. No other states have a Texas Military Department, as far as I know. As far as I know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, like, some of the old colonial states have something like that. Like the Minutemen or some shit. All states have a National Guard, but this is different. This exists outside of it. Texas Military Department confirmed a National Guard trooper stationed on the border as part of the Operation Lone Star Border Security Initiative was involved in a shooting April 14th at the U.S.-Mexico border in El Paso. No further information was released. So we already saw that story that I think Dusto might have even shared before. This story, the DPS rammed family vehicle and pointed guns in mistaken Operation Lone Star stop, El Paso and stay. So this was months ago. This was in December. And we already had examples of Operation Lone Star obviously being a stop and frisk for brown people on the southern border. Just being a fucking racist policy. Obviously, this is going to fucking lead to fucked up shit. And look, in December, it had already led to fucked up shit. DPS ran family vehicle, pointed guns, and mistaken Operation Lone Star stop. These are fucking American citizens, and they had guns pointed in their face. Because why? They're brown? Because they're fucking brown? This is in December. And now you have this. And now you have this. El Paso District Attorney's Office officials confirmed an investigation is underway, but could not comment further since it's ongoing. Texas Department of Public Safety and U.S. Border Patrol officials directed all questions to the Texas Military Department. El Paso Fire Department officials said they have no records, of responding to a shooting Sunday near the border in El Paso. The Indiana National Guard told the Indianapolis Star it is aware of the incident but released no further information. The Indiana National Guard is aware of the incident that happened Sunday, April 14th, reads a statement from the National Guard's media department. We support and care for our soldiers and airmen supporting Operation Lone Star. Cringe. The Star reported 50 Indiana soldiers were sent to El Paso to support the Texas National Guard's Operation Lone Star at the southern border. The Indiana troopers are set to be stationed in El Paso for 10 months. Operation Lone Star is a border security initiative launched by Texas Governor Greg Abbott in response to large amounts of migrants, mostly seeking asylum, who have gathered at the U.S.-Mexico border fence across Texas, including several hundred in the El Paso area. Abbott has not addressed the shooting investigation as of Monday afternoon. In a Monday X, formerly known as Twitter post, that's such an annoying thing to say, Jesus Christ, Abbott praised the National Guard troops for, quote, holding the line. Bros, the LARPing is so cringe. The LARPing is so crazy. Holy fucking cringe, dude. The troops have patrolled the border in an effort to keep the migrants from illegally entering the U.S. The soldiers have placed concertina wire barriers to combat the migrants from crossing the border. The National Guard troops and the migrants have clashed in recent weeks, including a, quote, riot, resulting in 9 migrants arrested on felony state charges. The 9 migrants are accused of assaulting 2 National Guard troops as more than 680 migrants broke through the concertina wire and rushed the troops in an effort to illegally enter the United States. What a fucking mess, dude. And the the federal government just cucked by Gregory Abbott. Insane that we're just like, this is just totally okay. Like, this is just totally fine. Ay. There's that for you. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's now get into the uni protests at University of Southern California and Columbia University. First, let's look at this real quick from USC.
Now we're just getting this into us here, so I want to grab some information on this because we're seeing some protests now at universities in some of the country's biggest cities, not just New York, but LA as well. Let me start with New York. Look at Columbia University. So this is police coming in. We've told you about this over the last 24 hours. These huge crowds.
I definitely encourage. I see every day. Like, I see what y'all post. You know what I mean, in the politics and in like, you know, in the politics section and in the like. Content suggestions and stuff like that. So, you know, if I don't already have something about it on my lineup or whatever, or if I think whatever you shared is like a better source to cover, or if, you know, whatever, share shit for sure. I appreciate it.
That kind of camped out on the big lawn in front of the university. The school says students refused to disperse, so now more than 100 have been arrested. But go to the West Coast now. That's where it's happening as we speak. USC students, look at this, out protesting the university's decision to not allow a speech from this year's pro-Palestinian valedictorian, a valedictorian who has expressed views that are pro-Palestinian. Now, the school says the decision has nothing to do with freedom of speech.
Oh, come on, what?
Are campus safety and security.
Are you serious? Like there, if this holds up in court, I'm gonna fucking shit my pants. Like, are you? What a ridiculous fucking thing to say. What an insanely ridiculous thing to say.
In now, KNBC correspondent Christian Casares, who is joining us from the USC campus. Christian, you're right in the thick of it. Tell us what it's like.
Well, I can tell you this group, as you can hear them, they are chanting, "Let her speak," and that has been the mood here for about an hour now. I can tell you this group came together fairly quickly, about an hour, and they came together here right in the middle of USC's campus, right by Tommy Trojan. About 20 minutes ago, this group that you see here, they mobilized. They went around the campus here. They did a short walk, and it was a silent march. But I can tell you that students here, they say they received messages from fellow students to cancel their school attendance.
Hopefully, I mean, that's what, you know, she's been on CNN. She's been, you know, yeah, I hope so. I hope that your silencing of pro-Palestinian voices makes them even louder than before. I'm giving fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like, if you strike me down, I shall become more powerful, or whatever the fuck he says.
Afternoon to participate and support the request to reinstate the valedictorian's speech. Now, participants were asked to wear hoodies and masks, which is the reason why many of them have that on right now. But again, this is a silent march. I was telling you that they were walking
and it's LA, baby. That's how you know they got the fucking ghetto bird out in full effect.
The campus about 20 minutes
You hear
ago.
that? You hear that shit?
Chant. They didn't really say much. They were all quiet. I talked to a couple of students along the way, and they said that they really did like the fact that this was silent. It really does speak to the fact of why they are out here. Now, at the center of this is Asna Tabasan. This is USC's 2024 valedictorian. She is a fourth-year student from Chino Hills with a major in biomedical engineering and a minor in resistance to genocide. Now, the university canceled her speech after they say concerns sparked over a link that she shared, but did not author on her social media that they say contains anti-Semitic language. Well, recently, the first-generation
anti-Semitic language. What's the anti-Semitic language? Oh, probably Israel is doing a genocide. Also, just real quick, a quick aside on the helicopter, the LA. What I just said about like this being in LA, and that's why you hear that helicopter out in full effect. This is from the Los Angeles City Controller Kenneth Mejia. LAPD helicopter audit findings: hourly cost $2,916 per flight hour. Nearly around $50 million a year, which is more than 14 city department budgets. 61% of the time, it's not spent on high priority crime. And this is the big thing that I've always talked about a lot here on this stream: disproportionate time spent in certain communities. And my number one, like, when people ask you, like, okay, what's a conspiracy theory that like you actually like have or like you actually believe in? You know what I mean? Like, do you actually have a conspiracy theory? The one thing that I will put a crown of foil on and say that my one conspiracy theory is that this is not an accident. That's my one conspiracy theory, because I don't have anything specific to back it up except for things like this, right? But my one conspiracy theory is that this is not an accident, and this is very purposeful, and it's like a siege tactic. You know, it's like constantly flying over. I live in a not good area of Los Angeles, right? And I constantly hear the helicopter constantly hovering above. Always. All hours of the day, all hours of the night, way too fucking low. The entire house rattles and shakes. My windows shake. Everything shakes. Constantly. But like, for example, I spent a lot of time in like Silver Lake and in West Hollywood. Like I had an ex that lived in like Beverly Hills and stuff like that for a short time. Never had that problem in those parts of town. Never had that problem in those parts of town. But in like North Hollywood, in South Central, in East LA, constantly. 762,000 gallons of fuel burned a year. So liberals who want to talk about how much they care about climate change, but also simultaneously support increasing police budgets, fuck off. Oh, this shit is so fucking frustrating, man. Anyway, so that's my little aside about hearing the helicopter in the background, okay? I want you to know how much money it costs for them to float above this protest.
Asian American Muslim told NBC4, our affiliate here in Los Angeles, in a statement that she was disappointed in USC's...
What the fuck is this? Did you put him in front of graffiti or some shit? What the fuck? That's hard, dude. Giga Trump. Bro, that's top T right there. That's top D. I made fan art because he was going hard. Yeah, that shit. This pic goes hard. Feel free to screenshot, chat. This pic goes hard. All right, let's continue.
Decision to cancel her graduation speech.
Yeah, it looks like a Nas album cover. Yeah, see like lowercase Nas in Old English on the top right of that. Dude, for sure.
During the ceremony, she says that this is basically a campaign of hate meant to silence her voice. I did get a chance to speak to a spokesperson from USC just moments ago, and they said that they still are standing on that move, on that stance to not allow her to participate in the ceremony, which is coming up on May 10th. But again, this is a silent march that is just getting underway. It's been about an hour now. I can tell you it's roughly about maybe 200 students. There's also, I understand, some faculty that are here. But again, they're very passionate about this. And this is something that has been going on for about a week now. So, of course, this is just something that both on social media and, of course, here on campus, students have been voicing their thoughts about this this fellow student, that they are fighting for her to go and have her speech said during the ceremony, which is, again, coming up on May 10th.
Christian Casares, we're glad to have you out there reporting on all of it live for us tonight from Los Angeles, again from our affiliate KNBC. Thank you, Christian. Appreciate it.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Let's look at this. From People City Council. Over 1,000 students out today at USC to protest the school's decision to not allow valedictorian Asna Tabassum to make a graduation speech. The students will not be quiet. Let Asna speak. Huge crowd gathering right now at USC to protest the cancellation of valedictorian Asna graduation speech. Look at all these people, man. Makes me very fucking happy. Also, oh, this is for Columbia. All right, we'll hold on to this. Boop, boop, boop. Now let's go to New York. Police arrest dozens of pro-Palestinian protesters at Columbia University.
We want to give you an update on...
Oh my God, fucking cop jump scare, dude.
...protest that has been taking place at Columbia University. More than 100 protesters occupied Columbia's South Lawn for over 30 hours. This was in violation of the university's rules Columbia University has an obligation to protect their students, and the university's president reached out to the NYPD in writing and asked for support.
The police department then sent resources to Columbia.
The police department
heard the university's request and were brought onto the
I'm King Cop over here.
After numerous warnings were given and attempts made to disperse the crowd, the individuals still refused to leave. So at that point, based on the university's wishes to clear the South Lawn, which again is university property, arrests were made for trespass.
NYPD officers moved in to ensure the safety of the campus, the students, and the staff. Made more than 108 arrests, and the NYPD ensured that there was no violence.
He sounds like a fucking caricature of a New Yorker.
Or injuries during the disturbance. I know the conflict in the Middle East has left many of us grieving and angry. New Yorkers have every right to express their sorrow, but that heartbreak does not give you the right to harass others, to spread hate.
Harass others.
I urge everyone who is protesting to please do so peacefully and respectfully, because we will not be in a city of lawlessness.
Yeah,
in
okay,
this moment
bud.
of heightened tension around the globe, we stand united against hate.
Hate. So much hate in that fucking street, dude. So much fucking hate in that street. All right, Talia Jane for Columbia, if you don't have them already. All right, I'll put these up on the side here. Thank you. But Talia Jane, great account to follow. Great journalist on the ground coverage of a lot of, like, you know, protests and just stuff. So definitely worth a follow. But her thread on the ground is really good. NYPD entered Columbia campus led by Chell and Daughtry. SRG shouldered their way past students, then played a recording about an unlawful encampment and that students would be charged with trespassing.
You gotta wait. Look, you gotta wait. Everyone's gotta wait. Go back that way. Thank you. Nope, go back that way. Excuse me, go back that way. We will divest. We will not stop. We will not rest. We will divest. We will not stop. We will not rest. We will divest. We will not stop. We will not rest. We will divest. We will not stop. We will not rest. We will.
At least 1,000 students yelling shame at NYPD. Love this. This shit makes me so very, very, very happy. Hey, yeah, whoa, hey. Throwing ass to the fucking cowbell at the Columbia University protest. NYPD arrested at least 30 Columbia students holding a peaceful demo calling on the university to divest and to end its political repression of pro-Palestine student activists. They also detained 2 legal observers. What's up, Sticky Monkey? They got NYPD legal out in there. Look at arresting people. Yeah, make them carry you. That's why locking arms and things like there are a lot of there are a lot of video games out there that maybe we could discuss maybe in the Discord, and information that we could discuss about in the Discord, in the gaming section of the Discord, about tactics to help prevent things like this. Full dead weight, joining arms, things like this. How many video games? We love video games, folks. I'm somewhat of a gamer. Okay. NYPD Commissioner Edward Caban leaves the Gaza Solidarity encampment at Columbia, where dozens of students have been detained by NYPD for trespassing on their own campus. Students don't seem to recognize him specifically, but greet him as they would any cop. Yep. With protesters cleared, NYPD stand guard over empty tents on the north lawn at Columbia. Hundreds of onlookers and supporters surround the... NYPD standing around as Columbia workers break down tents and throw out tons and tons of clothes, food, and blankets at Gaza Solidarity encampment. Meanwhile, students take over the southern... Yeah. This right here, though. Cornell West arrived to Columbia and hopped the fence of the South Lawn to massive applause and some kids asking, "Who is that?" Use your platform for peace, someone tells him as he readies to hop. And justice, he adds.
And justice.
And justice. And justice. What a fucking legend, dude. Celtic, did you share something that was closer to him, perhaps? Maybe let's... Or maybe that's the same footage, just cropped.
With human suffering, especially when...
It's only 39 seconds.
Shame on my sister who can't talk about an actual genocide taking place and be so obsessed with these potential calls for genocide. There's no one here sitting here who calls for the genocide of our precious Jewish brothers and sisters. Nobody calling
I don't know what he's saying, but I love it. I can't hear what he's saying, but he's spitting. Okay. I love him, man. What a legend, dude. What a fucking legend. Yeah, I wish he ran as a Dem. It's too late for all that, but we can still fucking, you know, love and appreciate, you know, his message, right? Bags of supplies have emerged and the tent is now erect, on the lawn next to the lawn that was just cleared. As it gets placed on the lawn, onlookers, erect. I live here now. All right. Okay. Earlier, the same Zionist agitators who show up to everything at Columbia gathered at the lawn after it was cleared. They rallied to an empty lawn for a long time before figuring out people had moved, at which point they intentionally moved closer. Classic. Classic. Fucking lames, dude. Fucking losers. Fucking losers, dude. Ay. They want somebody to fucking attack them so bad. They want to provoke people so bad. Like, that's why else do you pull up to something like this? They want it. They're like, please attack me so that I can get you on film and go viral and show how violent, you know, pro-Palestinian protesters are. Look at all these Hamas supporters. Look at all these terrorism supporters. Yeah. Oh, you saying it's a genocide? That's blood libel, actually. Blood libel, anti-Semitism. Fucking losers, dude. Fucking losers, dude. Holy fuck. Imagine being such a loser. Everybody here, there's thousands of people here protesting genocide, and you're like, actually, I like genocide. I'm pretty pro-apartheid, actually. Fucking loser, dude. Fuck. Anyway. Good thread from Talia, who is definitely worth a follow if you do not follow already. I also had this. I think this is from the same video that you had. I mean, I don't know. It all looks the same. NYPD has now arrested the legal observers at the Columbia University Palestine Solidarity encampment. It's good for a new generation of young people to see exactly what centrist and mainstream liberals are. Real. Yup. Yeah, this is the same guy right here. Yeah. Yep. All right, now, did we... All right, yeah, let's look at Democracy Now!'s coverage. I don't know if they touch on these things here. They probably touch on this, but I have it just in case. Let's look at the new McCarthyism. Or how are we doing on time? Fuck. We only have 7 minutes. Actually, all right. We'll do this first then. And then we'll come back and watch that after the ad break. From Mehdi Hassan, the good Hassan, Ilhan Omar's daughter is a student at Columbia and apparently was just suspended for her protest there. Can you imagine the right's reaction if Harvard had suspended Elise Stefanik's daughter at the day after the Claudine Gay hearing? And watch Ilhan go to work.
Get a clarification earlier. One of my colleagues asked you, have you seen anti-Muslim protests on campus?
I have seen, we have had pro-Israeli demonstrations on campus.
No.
But
just
not
a protest that was against Muslims.
No, I have
you
not
seen one against Arabs?
No, I have not.
Have you seen one against Palestinians?
No, I have not.
Have you seen one against Jewish people? Have you seen a protest saying we are against Jewish people?
No, I have seen.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. There has been a rise in targeting and harassment against anti-war protesters because it's been pro-war and anti-war protesters is what it seems like, correct?
Correct. There has been.
Thank you. Activists on campus, including Jewish students, Black and Brown, Arab and Muslim students. How many of the organizations that were canceled in Columbia involved Jewish students?
One of the organizations is called Jewish Voices for Peace.
Oh, really?
And encompassed of Jewish students?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I want that to be on the record.
There's been a recent attack on the democratic rights of students across the country. I was appalled to learn that in April, Columbia suspended and evicted 6 students for their involvement in the pro-Palestinian panel event on campus. It happened that all 6 students were arbitrarily targeted after the university brought in a team of private and former police investigators. These investigators harassed, intimidated Palestinian students at their homes, demanding to see students' private text messages and sent threatening emails to the leaders of those pro-Palestinian groups. I would like to ask you to speak a little bit more to this situation and ask you if you guys have utilized private former police investigators before, or is this the first time?
So this was a very serious case.
Bitch, answer the question.
Students who on an online
If you could
call,
shorten your answer,
answer the question.
Really appreciate it.
Of course, who invited people who were inciting violence, and that is unacceptable. And so we needed to get to the bottom of it. And so that's why we brought private investigators along with notification.
Remember, this is also similar to what's going on at USC. Errol Southers hold on. Hold. Hodl. Hodl? Are you hodling, chat? Found it finally. Fuck. Similar to what's going on, but just a complete opposite side of the country. Errol Southers, president of the LAPD Commission and founder of Santa Monica PAL program that led to the molestation of over 200 children, held an LAPD Commission community hearing this week at Bishop Alemany, a Catholic private high school with a decades-long history of abuse. Literal Fed and LAPD Police Commissioner Errol Southers was part of the decision at USC to cancel Asna Tabasum's commencement speech. Of course, the adjunct professor of Homeland Security and Public Policy will advise against allowing the pro-Palestine valedictorian to speak. This is from the LA Times. We covered this yesterday. Another campus official who was part of the decision, Errol Southers, said threats came in via email and phone calls and letters. Motherfuckers were sending in letters to Errol Southers saying that we're gonna fucking do pro-Palestinian violence. Yeah, I'm calling insane cap on that. Yeah, okay. So many handwritten letters were sent in. Okay, bud. Southers is USC's Associate Senior Vice President for Safety and Risk Assurance. Individuals say they will come to the campus as early as this week, Southers said. He did not elaborate. So don't get it twisted. Like when people say like LAPD, KKK, or, you know, IDF, they're all the same, or NYPD, KKK, IDF, they're all the same. This is what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. What's up, Marie? Welcome in.
How secure were you, these students that you evicted and suspended were involved? Did you do any investigation? Was there a hearing?
They refused to cooperate with the investigation, and so until they do so, they are suspended.
Okay, thank you. And then in January, there was an
reminder that Ilhan Omar's daughter is suspended from Columbia University now for participating in these protests.
There was an incident involving students that were protesting that were attacked with a toxic chemical substance, leaving many hospitalized. A lot of them did not receive support from the school administrators. Can you speak to what is happening with the investigation, if you all are cooperating, and why weren't the students provided any support after they've experienced that attack?
So this is still with the police, and as far as we know, we think it was an odorous substance, and we did reach out to all of those students who said they were affected. Many of them didn't want support. We also
it took you guys more than 4 days to reach out to students.
No, I don't believe that's correct.
Okay, will you respond, give me a written response with the fact that you all responded right away to those students?
Yes, I would be happy to do that.
All right, appreciate that. And it looks like there's been a lot of doxing and harassment that has taken place. What protections are a student being provided?
We created a doxing resources group to support students. There were many students who were affected by this. Muslim students, Jewish students, and completely, other students. That group we had 90 students reach out to that group to get support in terms of both technical support, legal support, privacy scrubbing, and so on.
And before I run out of time, I wanted to ask what do your rules say about professors that harass students online, like Professor Shai Davidar has done, and professors who directly attack you as the president as a coward and a liar?
Damn.
So, as president, I'm used to being attacked, but attacking our students is unacceptable. And in that case, we've had more than 50 complaints about that professor, and he is currently under investigation.
Okay.
50 complaints. Look at this, though. Pro-Palestine students faced alleged chemical attack at Columbia University. Like, no one's talking about that,
When I was 5.
Earlier, the individual in the orange jacket first appears to show up at the AJ Plus could not confirm if they're responsible for the reported incident, but what and even earlier, the individual in the orange jacket first to poke out from the individual.
Yeah. Listen. This feel like uneven to you? You know what I mean? Anything about this feel like uneven to you guys? Also, look at this. Today we witnessed New York City's black mayor work hand in hand with Columbia University's first Arab president and NYPD's first Latino police commissioner to shut down the student movement and ensure the genocide of Palestine continues unabated. Yeah. I mean, remember this shit. That's real. Representation won't free us. Struggle will. Good point. Good point. All right, there's this. And then next we're going to look at this about the subject we've just been talking about. We'll see Democracy Now's coverage of it. The new McCarthyism, Congress grills Columbia University president amid crackdown on pro-Palestine speech, and see what Democracy Now! Has to say about that. And then after that, we'll go into the moment the U.S. vetoes resolution backing full UN membership for Palestine. From Associated Press and Al Jazeera, we'll talk about that. Unfair, unethical, and unjustified Palestine responds to U.S. veto. And then if we have time, we'll end out on a couple other things. CBS News says 226,000 military personnel are stationed in 177 places worldwide. That's interesting. Also, the real reason your rent is so fucking damn high from More Perfect Union. All of this coming up next, chat, after a quick ad break, because it's been about an hour since our last ad break. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. I'm seeing photos printed. I'm seeing Not Your Average Guatemalan. I'm seeing Clapis Lazuli. I'm seeing Re918. I'm seeing multiple people out there in the chat that are not subbed up. If you have the means to, if you're feeling generous, please do consider supporting by helping out one of those chatters, or maybe even throwing some bits my way or a dono. Either way, all of those ways help out and help us continue to be able to do this full time. I'll be back in 3 minutes, chat. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Alrighty, we are back, and yo, you guys have been blessing me. What the heck? Orchestran, thank you for the 100 bits, and thank you for the gifty to Citrus Wedge. Thank you so much. And also Anonymous, thank you so much for gifting to a bunch of people. I'm assuming it's all the same, but I don't know. Thank you all of the anonymous subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, Johnny Cornflake, thank you for gifting a sub to Gwen Nefarious. Let's fucking go. Is that a hype train now? Officially? Let's go. Thank you so much, Anonymous, whoever you are. I really appreciate it. And Johnny Cornflake, thank you, thank you, thank you. Orchestran, thank you so much. That's crazy. You know what they call that, chat? Chat, you know what they call that? They call that shit praxis. What do you guys know about that?
You promise.
Let's go. Thank you, chat. Let's go.
Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping on.
Yo, Nori.
Nori donated $10. Pay your union.
Pay your union dues. Thank you, Nori. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nori's so based. Keck spins in the chat for Nori. Thank you so much, Nori. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go.
Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just
spilled it on my fabric.
If you have that knowledge,
then you know you need a praxis.
Red book on my lap, you can
never catch me lacking.
Sometimes I feel like
Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic.
Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric.
Let's go.
If you have that knowledge,
then you know you need a praxis. Hey, 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 hey.
I don't worship idols, man, that shit just be
so corny.
I be with the masses cause the rich just be so boring.
Hey, I be on the internet whenever I feel lonely.
And I rather feel like Che Guevara than ever be Tony.
Mama, when I grow up, sorry I'm a communist.
Take a flight to Cuba.
Roll a blunt right in that bitch.
All up in Jamaica. Swear you need to
See that shit.
She don't wear no
makeup. Wanna give me all of it.
We should take like all of it.
We should take like all of it.
Careful who you talk to cause they fed and they be
Yo, Forlorn, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you.
Like a Soviet.
Said I get her high like an opiate. Thank you, Forlorn.
But I would
be dogmatic.
Sipping all this drink, I just
spilled it on my fabric.
If you have that knowledge, then
you know you're gonna need a praxis.
Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink.
Yo, Celtic, thank you for gifting to X marks the spot. Let's go. Thank you, Celtic. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Celtic. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Celtic, for gifting to X marks the spot. That's very generous. Forlorn, thank you for the 100 biddies. Nori, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Orchestran, thank you for the biddies and the subbies. Anonymous, thank you for all the subbies. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you, thank you. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. Listen, we're at level 3. We're at 14%. If you guys want to keep jamming, we could. You just gotta, you know, throw some more subbies or some more biddies or something my way. It's up to you. But in the meantime, for the sake of time, we're gonna get back into this. New McCarthyism. Congress grills Columbia University president amid crackdown on pro-Palestine speech. If it has footage that we've already looked at, we'll skip over it. But everything else that we've missed from the hearing, I'm assuming they'll go over it. Let's go.
This is
Thank you so much, chat.
democracynow.org.
The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
With Nermeen Sheikh.
Yo, what the? Yo. Catboy Collector with the 10 bomb. Oh my gosh. Catboy, thank you so much. I hope you're doing good. Holy. Thank you so much, Catboy. This is for you. This is for you. Realized I got paid early right now. Yo, thank you so much, Catboy. I hope you're doing good. Thank you so much. If you got a gifty from Catboy Collector, you better thank him. Thank you, thank you. Look at the monkey. It's a monkey. Hey, hey, hey. Thank you so much, Catboy. Look at the monkey, chat. You see it? Funny monkey. Hey, 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 hey. Hilarious. Hilarious. I don't know about you guys, but to me, that's one silly monkey. Goddamn. Goddamn, you're so silly. Thank you so much, chat. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Catboy, for the 10 bomb. You better thank Catboy Collector if they gifted you. Hell yeah. Appreciate it. Now we are at what? What are we at? What are we at? Dude, we're only 3 away from the daily sub goal. That's fucking insane. Holy shit. Almost there. But we're going to get back into it. Unless you guys want to get us to that sub goal, you know, we could keep jamming if you want. It's up to you. But we're going to get back into it. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
University was grilled at a congressional hearing Wednesday about allegations of anti-Semitism on campus. In nearly 4 hours of grueling testimony before the Republican-led Committee on Education and the Workforce, Minouche Shafik said she'd taken serious action against the accusations, including dismissing or removing 5 faculty members from the classroom in recent months for comments related to Israel's assault on Gaza, as well as suspending 15 students and 2 student groups, Students for Justice in Palestine and Jewish Voice for Peace. Shafiq's visit to Capitol Hill came after a December hearing that led to the resignations of the presidents of Harvard University and the University of Pennsylvania.
In the run-up to the congressional hearing, a group of Jewish faculty at Columbia and Barnard penned an open letter addressed to President Shafiq, expressing their concerns about, quote, the false narratives that frame these proceedings to entrap witnesses, and labeling the hearings a, quote, new McCarthyism. During
that's extremely accurate.
Yesterday's testimony, Lisa McClain, the Republican Congress member from Michigan, questioned Shafiq over a number of pro-Palestinian slogans, including from the river to the sea.
Oh, brother.
Question to you, are mobs shouting from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free?
Yes.
Or long live the infantata? Are those anti-Semitic comments?
She said infantata.
When I hear those terms, I find them very upsetting. And I...
Very upsetting. I'm so upset. It makes me so upset. Oh, I'm so upset. It hurts my feelings when I hear these things. Dude, disgusting. You are disgusting. Fuck off. My pearls. Wait, literally though. Ugh, my pearls. Ugh. Oh, my pearls. I must clutch them. Oh, makes me feel so uncomfortable. I must clutch my pearls. Fuck, dude.
Heard. That's a great answer to a question I didn't ask, so let me repeat the question. When mobs or people are shouting from the river to the sea, Palestine must be free, or long live the infantata, are those anti-Semitic statements? Yes or no? It's not how you feel.
If you say yes, you are an actual anti-Semite. If you say yes, you are the actual anti-Semite here, and I hope the day comes where you realize this and you no longer get another night of sleep. Infantata, yeah. Long live the frittata.
I hear them as such. Some people don't.
My pearls.
Yes? So is that yes?
Send a clear message to our community.
I'm not asking about the message. Yeah. Is that...
God. Fucking hate these people so fucking much. Yo, chat, thank you so much for the hype train. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the support.
That fall under definition of anti-Semitic behavior? Yes or no? Why is it so tough?
Because it's a difficult issue because
I realize it's a difficult
hear it
issue,
as anti-Semitic.
But here's
other
the
people
problem:
do not.
when people can't answer a simple question, and they...
The answer is no. The answer is no. Because even if there is some overlap between some like very rare and fucking extreme and should be ridiculed 100% of the time, always, immediately, even if there is some anti-Semitic sentiment in the anti-Israel like sentiment broadly, the crossover there, the small fucking insignificant crossover between these two things does not make the fucking phrases from the river to the sea anti-Semitic. Is it possible maybe that somebody who has said from the river to the sea has also said something anti-Semitic? Yeah, that is possible. But that doesn't make the fucking phrase anti-Semitic. It's completely fucking stupid. What you are doing, however, by conflating the two, is actual anti-Semitism. What you are doing, however, is conflating Jewishness and the Jewish people with Israel. That is anti-Semitism.
Have a definition, but then they can't, well, I'm not really sure if that qualifies. So I'm asking a simple question. Maybe I should ask your task force. Does that qualify as anti-Semitic behavior, those statements? Yes or no? Yes. Okay.
Later in the hearing, Republican Georgia Congressmember Rick Allen.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, Reed, that people have, like, yes, Zionists have said from the river to the sea, and they say it in the way that they project onto pro-Palestinian voices, Palestinian or pro-Palestinian voices.
Brought up the Bible in his questioning of Shafiq. He cited the Old and New Testament and asked Shafiq wanted Columbia University to be cursed by God.
Are you familiar with Genesis 12:3?
Oh my God, dog.
Probably not as well as you are, Congressman.
Well, it's pretty clear. It was the covenant that God made with Abraham. And that covenant was real clear.
The church and the state all up inside of each other. You know what I mean? There ain't no separation between these two. The church and the state are fucking just sharing saliva inside of each other's holes, the whole lot.
If you bless Israel, I will bless you. If you curse Israel, I will curse you. And then in the New Testament, it was confirmed that all nations would be blessed through you. So you do not know about that.
I have heard that now that you've explained it. Yes, I have heard that.
When Americans insist on saying Merry Christmas instead of Happy Holidays, are they being anti-Semitic? Since the former phrase assumes the belief in Jesus as Christ's Savior. I mean...
Familiar. Do you consider that a serious issue? I mean, do you want Columbia University to be cursed by God?
Imagine saying this and being 100% serious. You know what I mean? Like being 100% serious about it. Like, no, I'm serious. Like, do you really want God to curse your institution? Motherfucker, do you hear yourself? Like, I'm afraid that you do hear yourself loud and clear, and you are saying this, you know what I mean? Like, fully seriously. Holy shit, dude. You are a senator. Keep your God out of this fucking room. Okay? I don't want to hear a peep of from you ever again about like the Constitution or anything like that, because there are fucking things that say you got to keep these things separate. The church and the state, they got to be separate. So I don't ever want to hear you fucking quoting the Constitution or anything like that ever fucking again.
Definitely not.
Okay.
Do you want God to curse your college? And she says, no. What the fuck? That's crazy.
Well, that's good.
Much of the questioning on Wednesday focused on Columbia's handling of faculty. New York Republican Congressmember Elise Stefanik led the charge. She grilled the president about her testimony on both the protests at Columbia and about Professor Joseph Massad, a professor of modern Arab politics who chairs an academic review committee.
And Dr. Shafiq, you realize that at some of these events, the slurs and the chants...
God, this shit makes... I fucking hated this. I thought I would never have to fucking sit through this ever again, but here I am.
Jews, death to Jews. Yep. F Israel, no safe place, death to the Zionist state. Jews out.
Oh, brother.
You think those are anti-Jewish?
Completely anti-Jewish, completely unacceptable.
So you changed your testimony on that issue as well? So there have been anti-Jewish protests.
I fucking hate her. I hate her.
What I was going to say was there were protests that were called
That's not what you were asked. You were asked, were there any anti-Jewish protests? And you said no.
So the protest was not labeled as an anti-Jewish protest.
I'm not asking what it was labeled.
Anti-Israeli government policy.
The question wasn't what it was labeled.
But anti-Semitic incidents happen, or anti-Semitic things were said. So I just wanted to
It is an anti-Jewish protest. You agree with that? You change your testimony?
Congresswoman, anti-Jewish things were said at protests, yes.
Thank you for changing your testimony. Another
Bro, that's not what she said. Oh my God, that's not what she said.
Changed your testimony is you stated that Professor Massad was no longer chair. Then you stated he's under investigation. He is still chair on the website. So has he been terminated as chair?
Congresswoman, I want to confirm the facts before getting back to you.
I know you confirmed that he was under investigation.
Yes, I can confirm that.
Did you confirm he was still the chair?
I need to confirm that with you.
Well, let me ask you this. Will you make the commitment to remove him as chair?
I think that would be, I would, yes.
Oh my God.
In a statement emailed to Democracy Now!, Professor
Oh my
Joseph
God.
Massad said,
Yo, hi, hello, it's Mo. Thank you for 3 months. I appreciate it.
Comfy.
Thank you. Welcome in.
Republicans had, quote, fabricated statements about him and that it was, quote, news to him that he was under investigation. He said no one had spoken to him about his chairmanship of the committee in question. For more, we're joined by 2 guests. Nara Milanic is a professor of history at Barnard College, part of Columbia University, who co-wrote an open letter to President Shafiq titled Jewish Faculty Reject the Weaponization of Anti-Semitism. Professor Milanic is a member of the American Association of University Professors, or AAUP. And Professor Rebecca Jordan-Young is also with us, professor in the Department of Women's, Gender, and Sexuality Studies at Barnard College at Columbia. She's a member of the Columbia chapter of the American Association of University Professors. She's also a member of the faculty and staff for Justice in Palestine. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Professor Rebecca Jordan-Young, let's begin with you. Your response to these hearings yesterday.
My response is, well, first, let me just thank you for the opportunity to talk with you. It's so important. My first response is that what happened at those hearings yesterday should be of grave concern to everybody, regardless of their feelings on Palestine, regardless of their politics. What happened yesterday was a demonstration of the growing and intensifying attack on liberal education writ large. So there was an opportunity yesterday for President Shafiq to come forward to mount a robust defense of the university as a unique site for a debate of difficult ideas, for the fact that slogans can't be reduced to sound bites, that in fact that what happens at the university is deep discussion, deep thought, and that in fact instead what we got was a live performance of her not just throwing protesters and specific professors under the bus, which we somewhat anticipated, as awful as that was, but in fact throwing the entire university system under the bus, throwing out established policies and procedures of the university, throwing out rules that have been established by the American Association of University Professors for decades as best practices, actually announcing unilateral decisions on faculty members on live television, which she doesn't actually have the authority under the university to do. And I could say more, but really I was astonished. It went worse even than any of us had expected.
So, Professor Nara Milanic, if you could also respond what most struck you about the hearing and what Professor Young just said, that the debate, rather than it being a debate about difficult questions, it became extremely narrow, and Columbia President Shafik seemed to capitulate almost entirely, as Professor Young said, through the entire university apparatus under the bus. If you could respond to that, what was your sense?
So my sense, one of the things that I learned is that congressional hearings are kind of like social media, which is to say they are wonderful places for political performance, for political theater, for sound bites, for gotcha moments, for interrupting one another. They are really terrible spaces to have deep debates about serious and contentious issues. And academic freedom is one of those issues. What goes on campus and what is happening on campus right now is one of those issues. Where my freedom to speak ends and your right to be free of harassment begins, those are really difficult questions. And a congressional hearing, Twitter, are not the places to be litigating these issues. The place to be talking about these issues is on college campuses, in classrooms, in university quads, in dorm room hallways, right? Universities are precisely the place where we should be having these deep and difficult conversations. And instead, we have seen time and again that university administrators are ceding this conversation to people who have very different motives, right? And who are engaging on these issues for very, very different reasons.
And if you could talk, Professor Young, about the establishment of this congressional committee to begin with, and what we saw happening in December, which led to the resignation of two of the presidents of the top universities in the U.S.
Well, I think it's been clear from the very beginning that this task force, that this committee, was actually never about anti-Semitism. This was about a broad attack on liberal education. And you know, we have many people on this committee who've never before expressed any concern about anti-Semitism. And what we saw was that anti-Semitism, or a particular interpretation of that, a very precise, very politically aligned interpretation of that, has been procedurally split off from discussion about all other forms of harassment, discrimination, violence, etc. And this is really contrary to what we do in the university. Certainly it's contrary to what we do in my field, where broadly, this has been created and used as an opportunity to attack all forms of liberatory, critical scholarship. It's been a place where critical race studies have gotten attacked. It's attacking
CRT? DEI?
Throughout,
I hate those things.
The university presidents who've been questioned.
Yo, good night, nothing word. Thanks for hanging. See you next time.
Them and the rest of the members of the Columbia leadership played along with this willingness to split these groups apart. But it's
I don't know what those acronyms mean, but I know I hate them.
Absolutely against what we do both in scholarship and justice activism. We try to help students understand the intertwined nature of systems of power and oppression and discrimination.
So if you could say, in the past, how has Columbia University, in other instances of harassment for other reasons, how has Columbia University dealt with those complaints of harassment, persecution, etc., by students or by faculty?
Well, there are disciplinary procedures in place and have been for a very long time, and they involve members from all sectors of the university that both develop the policies and who are involved in adjudication of particular complaints. What we've seen happening in the run-up to this particular hearing is
why does woke New York let a Southern American country have a university anyhow? That's right. See, these are the questions, Frog Eyes. Frog Eyes is wide awake, eyes wide open.
The university was doubling down or tripling down on just how much surveillance and policing they could demonstrate ahead of time to say, look, we are a surveillance campus. We're a law and order campus. There won't be protest on the university campus. Columbia has historically been a center of protest and free speech, which is essential for our role as preparing students to be active members of a democracy. And instead, what's happening
Which is exactly what like conservative people fucking hate about colleges, right? Like all this, they go start learning stuff, start uncovering the history of things, start getting all pissed off, start protesting and such.
Of the right to decide all of those procedures just at the level of the administration, to actually treat protest itself as dangerous and as violent, which is really, really bone-chilling to me. The other thing that they've done is actually outsource a lot of the investigations and the hearings, especially that our students have been subjected to law firms and private investigation firms that are not in any way aligned with understanding the mission and the history of the university as a site for deep and principled disagreements.
I wanted to go to Democratic Congressmember Ilhan Omar, one of only...
I only like the open and free exchange of ideas when they're on podcasts, not at colleges, okay? You got me twisted.
2 Muslim congressmen.
I love the free marketplace of ideas, except when it's in colleges.
Members questioning Columbia President Shafiq.
Have you seen anti-Muslim protests on campus?
We already saw this, but this part was so good, so I'm gonna play it again.
I have seen, we have had pro-Israeli demonstrations on campus.
No.
Answer the question.
Just a protest that was against Muslims.
No, I have
you
not
seen one against Arabs?
No, I have not.
Have you seen one against Palestinians?
No, I have not.
Have you seen one against Jewish people? Have you seen a protest saying...
Do you see how hard it was for her to answer that? She's like, fuck.
Against Jewish people?
No, I have seen...
Okay, thank you for that.
But I have heard from the river to the sea, and I got really upset. You see the pearls that I'm wearing? Watch me clutch them.
There has been a rise in targeting and harassment against anti-war protesters because it's been pro-war and anti-war protesters is what it seems like, correct?
Correct. There has been...
Thank you.
So that's Congressmember Ilhan Omar, one of 2 congresswomen, Muslim congresswomen in the House. In January, Congressmember Omar also in this hearing brought up the attack on pro-Palestinian students in January who say they were sprayed with a foul-smelling chemical. 8 students were reportedly hospitalized,
we were talking about this a little bit ago.
Burning eyes, headaches, and nausea, and other symptoms. Organizers allege the attack was carried out by 2 Columbia students who are former members of the Israeli military using a chemical weapon known as skunk that the Israeli military and security forces regularly deploy against Palestinians. Professor Young...
Boom. Answered that question right there. Boom. Yep.
If you can comment on that incident of what happened and what happened to these students.
Yes, absolutely. First, I'll just say that in the 1980s, when I was an undergraduate, I was an organizer against, and I was an anti-apartheid organizer.
Based, as you should be.
And I was involved in a lot of demonstrations on my campus. My colleague students all around the country were faced with a lot of condescending policies and a lot of pressures from administrations and crackdowns. Never, ever have I seen something like what happened on the Columbia campus. Never, first of all, have I seen a situation where the administration sets up students to say that protests themselves are problematic. You can't be against a war. You can't be against indiscriminate bombing of civilians. I mean, what's getting lost in this is the situation in Gaza. And at the same time, what we saw is that the university did not respond to that attack on our students. Students were never contacted. The students who were actually attacked with that chemical weapon were not supported until after the fact, after intense pressure from faculty. The administration said that they would offer them some resources.
Because offering them support and resources would be anti-Semitic.
But they also said that students who were subject to this skunk attack would not be exempt from the sanctions imposed on them for protesting. And I also think it's important to say that these policies against protest are not longstanding policies. They're new policies that have been created on the fly, sometimes after the fact of particular demonstrations. And the inquiry hearings that are being held are getting
Sounds
more
crazy
and
to
more
me. You
draconian.
can't protest on
So
campus
that-
anymore. Democrats and Republicans alike are attacking your right to protest. That's right.
There's a dragnet, basically, of sweeping up all kinds of students that they target, often because...
I actually didn't get to read this yesterday. We should probably read it today. It's fucking long, though. But after this, I'm going to read it. We're going to fucking speed run it.
Of wearing hijab, often because of being near other students, being friends with students who are protesting. So it's sweep everybody up, ask questions later. And it's so chilling to me.
And Professor Milanish, in your open letter, the open letter that you wrote prior to this hearing to Columbia President Shafiq, you said it's absurd to claim that anti-Semitism is rampant on Columbia's campus. So why do you think that so many people are convinced that this is the case? And as Professor Young said, nothing like what's happened at Columbia has happened in the past with protests. How do you understand why this has happened?
Yeah, so I think this is a really important question. And I had the opportunity to author this open letter to President Shafiq in advance of her testimony with almost 24 of my colleagues who identify as Jewish. And it's important to know here that Columbia has a large Jewish population of Jewish faculty and Jewish students.
Yeah, New York has the biggest Jewish population in the world, I believe.
But there is no such thing as a Jewish opinion, right, on campus. This is a really heterogeneous
because that would be anti-Semitic to do that.
Group, a diverse group, people with very...
That would be anti-Semitic to say that. To say that all Jewish people think the same way.
Different experiences, different identities, and different politics, different ideas, different relationships, or even non-relationships with Israel, right? And we had the sort of impression, the sense that people were speaking for us, right? People were assuming that we needed to be protected, that we felt vulnerable, people assuming that we all shared a particular political point of view. And we wrote this letter to President Shafiq to clarify that, to explain sort of the diversity of different political opinions on campus, and to question this idea of a single hegemonic Jewish position or voice or experience.
Single file lines.
And the letter goes on to implore President Shafiq not to capitulate to this kind of politics of weaponizing anti-Semitism. One of the remarkable things that we have seen in recent months since the fall are the ways that right-wing politicians have suddenly discovered, they've had a come to Jesus moment and have discovered Jews and have discovered the scourge of anti-Semitism. And of course,
we need a new phrase. We need a new idiom or whatever. Come to Jesus moment isn't working. Okay. This keeps happening. Gonna try to go back to sleep. See y'all around, and thanks again, someone for the gifty. Yo, Re918. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you have a good night. Hope to see you again soon.
Many of these folks are people who flirt with white nationalism, right? In their everyday
flirt. Hey. Oh my God, you're a white nationalist.
life, which is to say with actual anti-Semites.
Oh my God,
right?
flirt.
So we wanted to make the case, and that my colleague has made as well, that anti-Semitism here is being used as a wedge. It's being used as a Trojan horse for a very different political agenda, and that is a broader and deeper kind of desire or effort to insert politics into the university. So we can see how right-wing politicians, even yesterday on display in the congressional congressional hearings have a bigger agenda, a bigger axe to grind. They are interested in undermining academic freedom, in attacking wokeism. This is not about anti-Semitism so much as attacking areas of inquiry and teaching, whether it's about voting rights or vaccine safety or climate change, right? Arenas of inquiry that are uncomfortable or inconvenient or controversial for certain groups. And so this is essentially what we're seeing, anti-Semitism being weaponized in a broad attack on the university, and I think that's really worrisome. And we're all sort of looking to November to think about what happens then. I mean, if this is what is going on now, what happens if Trump is reelected? And then we get these inclinations coming not just from Congress, but also from higher up.
All right, there's that. Exclamation point watching. In the chat for a link to the playlist. Let's look at this. So we didn't get to look at this yesterday because we had a big ass fucking ton of shit to cover yesterday. A big ass ton of shit. But this is a huge article from Indies Times. The war on protest. Political repression is on the rise as the state finds new ways to criminalize dissent and collective action. Let's check it out. Amin Chawi had been in Atlanta less than 24 hours when things took an unexpected turn. Chawi, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Chewy? Then 31, drove down from Richmond, Virginia to attend a March 2023 music festival organized by activists trying to stop the construction of the police training facility known as Cop City. The sprawling compound in one of Atlanta's largest urban parks would require clearing at least 85 acres of partly forested land that abuts a predominantly black neighborhood in DeKalb County. It faced growing opposition from racial and environmental justice advocates, including an occupation of the forest that began in November 2021. Chawi was loosely familiar with Cop City. He'd seen flyers around Richmond, but hadn't been involved in the campaign. He'd also never been to Atlanta and was especially drawn to the music. There was also an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting at the festival that appealed to Chawi, who had started a recovery program 5 months prior. I honestly just thought I was going to spend a few days in the forest and then go home, Chawi said. But before the hour-long AA meeting ended his first night there, Chawi noticed heavily armed police officers encircling the venue. About a half a mile away, a group of protesters had staged an impromptu march through the development site, setting fire to some of the construction equipment. As the sun began to set, plumes of smoke rose above the forest, providing the only pretext law enforcement needed to round up anyone in attendance. As Chawi tried to leave, he and about 50 other people were corralled and handcuffed in a parking lot. By the end of the night, 23 of them were thrown in the DeKalb County jail. When Chawi was released 18 days later, he faced a very different future. He'd been charged with domestic terrorism, which in Georgia is punishable by up to 35 years in prison. Several months later in August, Chawi and 60 others were also indicted under anti-racketeering laws designed to go after organized crime known as the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, RICO. Allegations against members of the group include being part of a criminal conspiracy among an organized mob to occupy the DeKalb forest and cause property damage. Chawi has struggled to find work since then. He's been relying on fundraising networks to pay his rent. Chawi's relationships with friends and family have also frayed. As a Muslim American, the domestic terrorism charge, one of the first results that appear if you search him online, is an especially heavy burden. My personal life is in shambles now, Chawi told me. Fuck, man. The sweeping nature of the Cop City arrests and charges may be novel, but the targeting of protesters and social movements is not. Since 2017, the same year Georgia expanded its domestic terrorism law to include property destruction, 21 states have passed legislation to enhance penalties and fines for common protest-related crimes, such as trespassing or blocking highways. We're in a really unique moment with the amount of legislation that we're seeing with this legal assault on protesters and the right to protest in the U.S., says Nick Robinson, a senior legal advisor at the International Center for Not-for-Profit Law, which tallied nearly 300 anti-protest bills introduced in state legislatures since 2017, 41 of which have passed. Many of those laws seemed like direct responses to specific protest campaigns, says Nora Benavides, senior counsel for the nonprofit group Free Press and lead author of the 2020 PEN America report, Arresting Dissent, Legislative Restrictions on the Right to Protest. For every progressive movement, irrespective of its actual views, there's so quickly a crackdown that occurs in language and narrative and law. Yep. Always left-wing movements. Among recently passed state laws, 19 enhanced, I think they meant to say, 19 enhanced penalties for or make it a felony. Wait, among recently passed state laws, 19 enhanced penalties. I'm reading this completely wrong. God damn it. My brain is broken. 19 enhanced penalties for or make it a felony to engage in protest on or near energy infrastructure. A clear reaction to the mass protests over the Dakota Access Pipeline at Standing Rock in 2016. After 2020's Black Lives Matter protests, 5 states enacted laws and 9 others have pending legislation that impose harsh penalties for individuals who block traffic or even sidewalks. Some states added laws granting immunity to drivers who strike protesters and extending liability for crimes committed during protests to any organizations that support them. So this is to say that if one person commits a crime in a crowd of thousands and thousands of people, any organizations that did any organizing at those protests or whatever they are, those gatherings, will be held liable for those crimes. It will automatically be organized crime. Automatically. And also, we've seen this from Tom Cotton. You know, some states added laws granting immunity to drivers who strike protesters. Tom Cotton openly calling for people to take matters into their own hands, and even Democratic Senator John Fetterman saying the same. What's up, Doom Nukin? This January, in response to growing oppositions to the war in Gaza, Democrats in New York proposed a bill that would expand the definition of domestic terrorism to include blocking public roads or bridges. Chat, is it fucking terrorism to do public non-violent protests? To stand on a sidewalk, to block a roadway, to draw attention to things non-violently. Is that domestic terrorism? No smoke like this for radical right-wing movements, period. It is always left-wing movements. Which, I guess, on this, as an online community, this is why we're so strict about Fed posting, what we call Fed posting here. Things like this. That's why it is so important to be careful. Because even if you are not actually calling for fucking anything drastic, radical, violent, you're still in danger as a leftist. Always worth remembering this. But it's not just state legislatures cracking down on protests. Republican senators have introduced federal legislation, also in response to protests over Gaza, to criminalize blocking public roads and highways. Another bill introduced by Senator Tom Cotton, there's that guy, and ostensibly responding to pro-Hamas leftists, would increase the prison sentence for participating in a, quote, riot, loosely defined as an act of violence committed by a group of 3 or more people. Violence including also including, I should say, damage to property. Like vandalism and things like this. This is violence. from 5 years to 10 years, a decade. Accompanying these laws is increasingly harsh rhetoric from political figures to demonize protest movements, characterizing activists as rioters, mobs, violent extremists, and terrorists. Protesters face other threats too. During the summer of racial justice protests that followed the police killing of George Floyd in 2020, the Trump administration openly discussed deploying military force to clear demonstrations, and protesters in Portland, Oregon, were snatched from the street by federal law enforcement officials in unmarked vehicles. Remember that? The unmarked vans? Remember this? You remember the fucking the pallets of fucking bricks being dropped off at protest sites? Bro. A troubling episode still shrouded in mystery. More recently, pro-Palestinian activists say they faced home visits from police and the FBI. This week, Cotton urged people who end up stuck in traffic due to protest actions to, quote, take matters into your own hands and put an end to this nonsense. Yep. Yep. I encourage people who get stuck behind pro-Hamas mobs blocking traffic to take matters into your own hands to get them out of the way. This is incitement. Yeah. I saw, oh, did you not add it here? Nori? Damn it. Anyway. Courts have also struck at the right to protest. Just this Monday, the Supreme Court announced its refusal to hear a case involving DeRay McKesson, a prominent leader in the Black Lives Matter movement. On 2 prior occasions, a lower court had ruled that protest organizers like McKesson can be held liable for the actions of others, upending decades of legal precedent. The Supreme Court's rejection of McKesson's appeal means that, at least for now, it is a huge risk to organize mass actions in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas. Hey, there it is. Thank you, Nori. Taken together, says Charlie Hogle, a staff attorney with the American Civil Liberties Union National Security Project, these shifts will inevitably, quote, have a chilling effect on the sort of important political speech we think the First Amendment is intended to protect. A decade ago, protesters in Georgia and other states who engaged in civil disobedience, knowingly breaking the law to advocate for their cause, civil disobedience was the term I was looking for earlier, by the way. My mind is blank. I filled it with too much fucking rot, and I forgot basic fucking things like that. Knowingly breaking the law to advocate for their cause likely would have faced misdemeanor charges and perhaps a night in jail. Today, they can spend months in pretrial detention, as several activists involved in the Stop Cop City campaign have, before facing lengthy and expensive legal battles to clear their names. The new laws, stiffer penalties, and more aggressive policing have, in addition to landing more activists in jail, had a corrosive effect on social movements across the country. Jamie Marciano, a third-year law student at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, who was swept up in the same Cop City raid that nabbed Chowie, had been arrested at protests before, including during street marches in 2020, and assumed that they'd be quickly processed and released. But like Chowie, Marciano spent nearly 3 weeks in jail and had to post $50,000 in bonds to get out, which a lot of people don't even have this ability, right? A lot of people end up dying in prisons in Atlanta, in Georgia, for example, like Fulton County Prison, because they're too poor to afford to bail out. And then when you have RICO charges being thrown at organizations that raise money for funds, completely legal organizations that raise money for bail funds, like the Atlanta, I think it was the Atlanta Solidarity Fund. Let me look it up. Yeah, the Atlanta Solidarity Fund. that was they had their headquarters raided, and they were all given RICO charges because what they're doing, even though it's completely legal, what they're raising money for is supporting what is under these laws, what are now considered to be domestic terrorists. So you are funding terrorism, which is obviously bullshit because the Atlanta Solidarity Fund existed way long before the Stop Cop City movement. So yeah, if you're poor, if you don't have access to a solidarity fund, or if you don't have any kind of network of friends and family, or that could help you out, if you have no access to any organizations because all the organizations have been shut down with RICO charges, like what do? You could die in jail, because many people do die in jail because they can't afford bail. Money that may not be recouped for years. Upon their release, Marciano had to wear an ankle monitor for 3 months, and after a decision by UNC's chancellor, was barred from setting foot on campus or even attending classes online. Can't even attend college classes online. Marciano was able to finish their coursework at Duke and will graduate this spring, but they can't take the bar exam in North Carolina or practice law until the case is settled, which could take years. Even if the felony charges are ultimately dropped, as lawyers say they routinely are in protest-related arrests, the threat keeps activists off the streets and siphons resources away from political organizing, aka mission accomplished. AKA mission accomplished. I don't think the goal is conviction, which is really sinister, says Javier T. De Hanan, director of mass defense with the National Lawyers Guild. The tactics have already changed the way movements organize. Activists in Georgia are now worried about the implications of participating in routine political activities, such as putting up flyers or circulating and signing Cop City related petitions. The fears aren't unfounded. 3 activists swept up in the RICO indictment were initially arrested for posting flyers identifying the police officer who allegedly shot and killed Stop Cop City activist Manuel Esteban Paez Terán in January 2023. In September 2023, the city of Atlanta made the unusual decision to publish the full names and addresses of the more than 100,000 people who signed a Stop Cop City petition. They doxed them. Not only did they ignore the fact that they had more than enough signatures to force a referendum on Cop City, more than enough signatures to force a referendum, they doxed everybody. Afterward, according to Marlon Kotz, co-founder of the Atlanta Solidarity Fund, that's who I was just talking about, which has provided bail support and other resources to area activists since 2016. Exactly what I was talking about. Since 2016, way before the Stop Cop City movement, way before Cop City was even a sparkle in the eye of the fucking, Atlanta Police Foundation. Many locals said, quote, they would never sign another controversial petition again. Do you see what I'm saying when I say mission accomplished? They got what they want. Many locals said they would never sign another controversial petition again because of fear. But many states, including Georgia, are now going even further, attempting to pass new laws that could fatally undermine the support networks that social movements depend on. A couple months after the music festival, Kotz awoke to the sound of his front door being kicked in by law enforcement. The Atlanta Solidarity... Okay, so this is exactly what I was talking about. The Atlanta Solidarity Fund's home-based office, which Kotz shares with 2 of its board members, was ransacked. Their files and computers seized. Kotz and his co-workers were initially charged in May 2023 with money laundering and charity fraud. Money laundering and charity fraud, though they have not yet been indicted on those initial charges. But in August, they were included in the sweeping RICO indictment, which claims that the Atlanta Solidarity Fund, through its parent nonprofit, the Network for Strong Communities, provided financial support to the forest defenders and published posts online claiming responsibility for acts of property destruction, aka violence in their eyes, quote unquote violence. According to Georgia's Attorney General, these were all acts that furthered the conspiracy, quote, conspiracy. Kotz says he is unable to talk about specific allegations while the case is ongoing, but, quote, suffice it to say, the indictment contains claims which are objectively lies. Like Day Hanan, Kotz doesn't believe the RICO charges are intended, quote, to secure convictions in the long term. Right, it doesn't matter. That's just the icing on the cake. If activists and organizers do see the inside of a prison cell, that's fucking two birds with one stone, the icing on the fucking cake. The point is to make people afraid to sign political petitions like this says right here. The point is to prevent people from even engaging in collective action in the fucking first place. The point is, recently we, Brett, Cinemarxism and I, interviewed Ben Camacho, who is facing a bunch of lawsuits from the city of Los Angeles as a retaliation for releasing all of the photos and roster of the Los Angeles Police Department. It doesn't matter if Ben Camacho ends up being charged with anything, because holding him up in courtrooms, forcing him to pay thousands and thousands of dollars in legal fees, that's the point. That's the initial point. And also disincentivizing any other journalists from doing similar things to him, or disincentivizing him even from continuing on, doing his really good work, journalism. It's to create as much disruption as possible to protesters and the nonprofit organizations which protect their rights. And in that sense, these charges are working exactly as intended. Exactly. But Kotz and his colleagues also face another threat. Republicans in Georgia have introduced multiple anti-protest bills since Cop City protests began in order to, as one said, send, quote, a signal to troublemakers that they won't get a slap on the wrists if they engage in rioting in Georgia. In 2023, Georgia Republican State Senator Randy Robertson introduced what was initially characterized as a bail reform bill, which would significantly expand the number of offenses requiring mandatory cash bail to include criminal trespass and unlawful assembly, essentially making sure that the system that ends up killing many innocent people just because they are poor is expanded to touch even more people. That system of violence is more directly applied to political dissent and civil dissent. Charges frequently lobbed at protesters. That was bad enough, says Tiffany Williams Roberts, policy director at the Southern Center for Human Rights, which opposed the legislation. But this year, a new clause was added that makes it virtually impossible to operate a nonprofit bail fund in Georgia by limiting the number of people that charitable organizations, including churches, can assist in any given year to only 3 people. Any one given organization can only help 3 people with a bail fund every year. So for every 3 people, you need an entirely new organization. Tell me how this is a democracy again. Tell me again about how we live in a democracy. Kotz, who faces up to 20 years in prison and $25,000 in fines, if convicted on the RICO charges, sees the bill as a direct response to the Solidarity Fund's successful work in bailing out nearly 100 Cop City activists. Incredibly based, they did great work since 2016, and now suddenly what they're doing is funding domestic terrorism. And remember, there are Democrats involved in this. Democrats. It was shocking how blatantly targeted it was at our work, Kotz said. The bill passed both houses of Georgia's legislature. It takes effect in July. The anti-pipeline campaigns of the 2010s ushered in a new era of environmental politics and protest. The Keystone XL campaign, targeting a pipeline that would have carried oil from the Canadian tar sands to the Gulf Coast, embraced direct action, including tree sits, to disrupt the project's construction. Though the movement was committed to nonviolent civil disobedience, it endangered heavy resistance from industry and law enforcement at multiple It engendered heavy resistance from industry and law enforcement at multiple levels. In early 2012, before Keystone XL became a household name, the FBI opened a counterterrorism assessment of South Dakota activists with a focus on Native groups and leaders. A second FBI assessment, targeting Texas activists protesting the pipeline's southern leg, began less than a year later. In documents I obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests, FOIA requests, the FBI hypothesized both groups, whose members they called extremists, would move from lawful First Amendment protected activity, including attending public hearings, to violent opposition. And remember how violence is used very broadly to include property. The language of extremism, many of the FBI documents are part of a larger domestic terrorism case files, came to permeate the federal government's characterization of the anti-pipeline movement and has dogged subsequent social justice campaigns. The charging documents and many of the Cop City arrests cite a Department of Homeland Security classification that characterized Defend the Atlanta Forest, a group affiliated with the Stop Cop City movement, as, quote, domestic violent extremists. Similar labels have been used to describe Black Lives Matter and anti-fascist activists, labeled with serious impact on movement's ability to attract new members and how law enforcement responds to those groups. Hundreds of individuals were arrested during a roughly 5-year campaign to halt Keystone XL, which declared victory when Obama canceled the project in late 2015. But none of those activists were charged or even threatened with felonies, recalls Lauren Reagan, executive director of the Civil Liberties Defense Center. Nonetheless, policing and prosecution tactics escalated sharply during the Dakota Access Pipeline blockade the following year. In 2016, thousands of activists, including many veterans of the Keystone XL fight, descended on the Standing Rock Sioux Reservation in North Dakota, where tribal leaders had set up, quote, spirit camps in an attempt to block pipeline construction. The standoff lasted several months and was marked by violent clashes with heavily armed state and local law enforcement, National Guard troops, and private security firms. The FBI, according to newly released court documents, deployed up to 10 informants to spy on the protesters. Always remember this. I mean, remember what we covered from Colorado recently? From The Intercept? Remember this story, chat? The honey trap. The FBI used an undercover cop with pink hair to spy on activists and manufacture crimes. Remember when we covered this? Don't forget this. Don't forget these things, okay? Very fucking important. This is extremely important. I cannot stress this enough. The legislative response to Standing Rock was equally severe. In January 2017, just weeks after the camps were cleared, North Dakota introduced and later passed 2 laws expanding the definition of criminal trespass and dramatically heightening penalties for so-called riot offenses, an unmistakable response to what had unfolded at Standing Rock. As with similar bills that have deployed terms like rioting or domestic terrorism, the language in these was deliberately vague, giving law enforcement and state officials broad discretion to target groups whose viewpoints they disagree with. In 2019, a third law was passed, enhancing penalties for trespassing on or near critical infrastructure and making interference with pipeline construction a felony, carrying penalties of 5 years in prison and fines of up to $10,000. Talking of psyop shit, did you see this? Dun, 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 dun. Reddit is a psyop. Flesh Simulator? No, I've seen you watch this guy before, though. What is this about? This is such a funny thumbnail. Reddit is a psyop. Talking of psyop shit? No, what's that all about? The Pinkertons are still around. Yep. There will always be infiltrators from police departments. Always be careful who you let into activist communities. Yeah, I mean, I've told the story here, chat, on stream about how I was suspected in 2020 at protests because I had headphones in and I was on the phone with somebody I was trying to meet up with, and somebody called me out and somebody approached me and pulled up on me and said, "Who are you talking to?" And I was like, "What?" And they were like, "Who are you talking to?" And I was like, "I'm talking to my friend. Why do you ask?" Like, what? I'm confused because I genuinely didn't understand what the fuck was happening. And then they were like, "Oh yeah, like, what's your name?" And I was like, "Huh? Like, are you a police officer?" And I was like, "Oh." And I had to like defend myself. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I was like, I mean, I don't feel like I look like a fucking cop. You know what I mean? But it's a completely understandable and valid, a valid concern. You know what I mean? Completely valid concern. Tofu just like, I was like so confused. I was like, what do you mean? I was like, what are you talking about? They were on my ass. And I was like, bro, I don't know what to tell you. I swear to God, I'm not a cop. Thought you were honey bait. Yeah. Anyways. In their defense, I was more mask presenting then. And I had like colored hair, but like obviously like because like I literally just showed you an article from The Intercept that said a cop with pink hair was used by the FBI to infiltrate like Black Lives Matter movements and try to manufacture crimes and try to sell people firearms and like a bunch of crazy shit. So like it's completely valid. Just a funny story. Anyways, what all of this adds up to is that the Standing Rock style protests in North Dakota or many other states is virtually impossible today. Nearly 20 states now have similar, quote, critical infrastructure laws, which have been supported by the petrochemical and oil and gas industry and shepherded through state houses with assistance from the Conservative American Legislative Exchange Council. This is why websites like Open Secrets are so fucking important, okay? Why it's so important to know who your representative has received campaign contributions from. That's why that is extremely important. Petrochemical, oil, gas industry. Yeah. At the same time, in more than 20 years since 9/11, many states have passed or amended laws increasing the number of crimes defined as domestic terrorism, which can levy exceptionally harsh punishments and grant law enforcement far greater investigatory powers. Georgia, for example, updated its domestic terrorism law in 2017, ostensibly in response to the 2015 mass shooting of 9 black parishioners by white supremacist Dylan Roof in Charleston, South Carolina. But the law included provisions like classifying as terrorism the disabling or destruction of critical infrastructure, government facilities, or public transit systems. That had nothing to do with Roof's crimes and which were condemned by civil liberties groups as potential threats to constitutionally protected speech. Maine and Oregon now have similar statutes. Oregon's law, passed in August 2023, is particularly worrisome since its definition of, quote, critical infrastructure extends to public roads, meaning protest activity that damages a highway could be prosecuted as domestic terrorism. So damages also includes obstructing, which is also included in violence. What constitutes, quote, damage, Oregon statute doesn't say. Excuse me, exemplifying how vaguely written laws open the door to potential abuse. There you fucking go. It places a lot of power in the hands of state and local law enforcement and gives a lot of prosecutorial discretion to people who may be driven by political incentives, says the ACLU, Charlie Hogel. And that should be very troubling to everyone, no matter your politics. True. Donald Trump's rise to power overlapped with and in many ways fueled the surge in anti-protest legislation as his 2016 election was met with unprecedented mass action. The Women's March on January 21st, 2017 marked what is widely believed to be the largest single-day protest in U.S. history, with some 4 million people taking to the streets in more than 600 U.S. cities. Dude, L.A. was insane. I've never seen downtown L.A. like that before. Like the only thing comparable was like certain days of 2020, the summer of 2020. But I've never seen so many thousands of people completely fill the entirety of downtown LA. It was actually bonkers. So now protesters peacefully in the middle of the road can be legally classified as a violent protest. I fucking hate this country. Yes. What's up, Mr. Mumbles? The day before Inauguration Day, more than 200 protesters were arrested in Washington, D.C. and indicted on felony rioting charges, all but one of which were later dropped. A week after taking office, Trump signed an executive order banning people from 7 Muslim-majority countries from entering the United States, prompting yet more demonstrations at airports across the country. I remember that very well. This period was also marked by a dark shift in rhetoric as Trump and his allies vilified protesters as thugs and referred to constitutionally protected activities as crimes. During 2020's demonstrations against police brutality, Trump reportedly instructed law enforcement and top military officials to beat the fuck out of protesters and just shoot them. This is what I'm saying. So you guys are probably very familiar with the ratchet effect, right? You're probably familiar with this. You've probably seen this before. If you haven't, well, here you go. Republicans turn everything to the right, and Democrats block movement back to the left. A lot of this went down during on Trump's watch, under Trump administration. But what has happened since then? I mean, yeah, it's been like this forever, but in the current modern, context, right? In current day context, they're talking about things that went down from 2016 to 2020. What has happened since then? It's just been doubled down upon. I mean, I could apply this to so many other fucking things. Yeah. Yep. That June, the National Guard used tear gas and rubber bullets to remove peaceful protesters from Washington's Lafayette Square before escorting Trump to a photo op in front of a church where he held up the fucking Bible and shit. The following month, federal officers dressed in camouflage and driving unmarked vans grabbed protesters off the street in Portland, Oregon, and held them for questioning without pressing charges, which is kidnapping. An attorney with the Oregon Justice Resource Center told NPR it was like, quote, stop and frisk meets Guantanamo Bay. God. Yeah, the upside down Bible, yeah. Mark Pettibin, one of those detained, wrote that the officers covered his eyes and he feared for his life. The ACLU is currently suing the federal government over what it alleges were unlawful detentions. Yes, kidnapping. Meanwhile, Republican Congress members pushed the Department of Justice to prosecute anti-fascist and Black Lives Matter activists under federal anti-racketeering laws. We have laws on the books that prohibit organized crime, the kind of organized crime that we're seeing from BLM. Representative Chip Roy, Republican from Texas, told reporters at an event organized by the House Freedom Caucus, Caucus, in June 2020. The year prior, fellow Texan and Republican Senator Theodore Cruz Theodore Felito Cruz, real name Felito Cruz, urged Attorney General William Barr to open a similar investigation into Antifa, noting that RICO would enable prosecution of members of a group, quote, even when the government cannot establish which particular individual committed a given crime. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. State legislators heeded their call, enacting laws that empower local officials to charge not only individual activists, but also the networks that support them as part of a broader conspiracy. Many of the critical infrastructure bills, for example, include stiff penalties for organizations that aid, through funding or direct action trainings, in impeding pipeline construction. Like, who do you think paid like millions, if not billions of dollars in lobbying to ensure that this was the case? You know what I mean? To ensure that this was the world we live in. In Montana and North Dakota, an organization found to be a, quote, conspirator in protesting on or near critical infrastructure, which is the vague shit, right? The whole vague thing again. The vagueness of it all being the point. On or near critical infrastructure is liable for fines 10 times the amount authorized for trespassing. 10 times. Still, Georgia's more recent RICO indictments against Stop Cop City activists marks a clear shift in government targeting of social movements. According to the Civil Liberties Defense Center's Lauren Reagan, who's representing one Cop City defendant and has advised others, it's the first time RICO has been weaponized this way. There have been lawsuits brought by corporations against environmental activists in the past, but those were civil, not criminal cases. And while Indiana prosecutors tried to use RICO to criminally prosecute 2 Earth First activists in 2009, the racketeering charges were eventually dismissed. Ultimately, Reagan says the statute was never intended to be used to prosecute political activity. Historically, we do not place political protests in the same bucket as gang drug dealers. But now, regardless of whether Georgia prevails in its case, other states could follow suit. The notoriety and the commitment of resources to these cases in Georgia have made a lot of states look at their RICO statutes, says Reagan, and think of them as a potential tool. On November 2nd, 2023, Jewish Voice for Peace, JVP, and allied groups in Durham, North Carolina, staged a protest that brought rush hour traffic on Highway 147 to a standstill. About 50 protesters occupied 2 lanes of the highway, calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza for 2.5 hours. The political mainstream doesn't like it when people awaken the conscience of the nation. Tima Akun, a JVP member who participated in the protest but did not block traffic, tells me, but it's deeply American to protest like this, which I 100% agree. What do you think, like the Boston, like the Tea Party, or like the Boston, what is it, the fucking massacre? Boston Massacre. Yeah, the Boston Massacre. What the fuck do you think this was? It is deeply American. Yes. 2 months later, North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis and Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn, both Republicans, introduced the Safe and Open Streets Act. Do you see how this is? We need to introduce a bill, an act, the name shit what the fuck it actually is act. The name your fucking bills and your acts accurately, and not with this bullshit bill act of 2024. Fuck off. Safe and Open Streets Act, which is so fucking misleading, which would make it a federal crime to block a public road or highway, or crucially, to attempt to conspire to do so. And like this kind of shit is going down in Republican states and in Texas, where they fucking, hate the federal government, right? Where it's like a very popular thing to LARP like you're fucking, against big government and the federal government, and like with all this shit that we're seeing going down on the southern border, for example. But then shit like this happens and they're just like, actually, federal government, fucking let's go. We love when the federal government is huge and stomps out left-wing movements. Fucking disgusting. A clause which implicates any individual or group that might help plan such an action. A press release for the bill, which describes groups protesting U.S. support for Israel as Hamas sympathizers, Jesus fucking Christ, said the legislation was a direct response to radical tactics of pro-Palestine protesters. People in Texas act like they hate the government, but they're secretly just bootlickers. Yeah, like they LARP the biker gangs. They LARP as biker gangs, but still have the Blue Lives Matter patch. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. The Tillis-Blackburn bill is part of a wider effort among state and federal lawmakers to subvert the growing opposition to U.S. support for Israel's war in Gaza. Since the Hamas attack on southern Israel on October 7th and Israel's retaliatory assault, which has killed more than 33,000 Palestinians, mass civil disobedience has been one of the most visible ways for people to express discontent. These campaigns, many led by progressive Jewish groups, have been met with reactionary rhetoric equating any support for Palestine with Hamas and a new round of legislating criminalizing dissent. Senator Tom Cotton, who called for deploying the military against Black Lives Matter protests in 2020 and giving, quote, no quarter, which means killing. No quarter means taking no prisoners is what that means. It's a LARPy ass fucking like Minutemen ass way to say fucking no prisoners to participants in protests that turned violent. Also introduced a bill this March, the Stop Pro-Terrorist Riots Now Act. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay, dude, holy shit. If I ever became a senator or some shit, the first bill I would introduce would be the Stop Fucking Around and Name Bills and Acts what they are actually for. Act bill 2024 20 whatever. The name shit what the fuck it actually is act. Stop this shit. Holy fuck. Or just like leave it to like a number, like, you know, act fucking, you know, I don't know, 69 420 fucking HR whatever. House resolution fuck your face 1312 like whatever. The Stop People from Peacefully Protesting Act. Yeah. Stop the Long Ass Names Bills Act of 2024. Yeah. Yeah. Against pro-Hamas mobs. And Representative Ryan Zink, Republican from Montana, Trump's former Interior Secretary, proposed legislation that would expel Palestinians from the country. Holy fuck. Holy shit, dude. When Senators Tillis and Blackburn introduced their bill, Tillis declared that blocking roads or bridges, common protest tactics going back to at least to the civil rights era. That's right. Yeah, you hate fucking You hate MLK. Why do you hate MLK?
By that point, and
was Martin Luther King a terrorist? Here's the thing. Back in this day, they would have said yes. That Martin Luther King is doing domestic terrorism right now and we should kill him. Right? But like nowadays, in 2024, even Republicans hold MLK up on a pedestal. Right? Even Republicans, even far right fucking freaks quote MLK. And they pervert and distort the fuck out of his political perspectives, but they still do. So anyone telling you this though, that will on MLK put out a tweet saying, this day we say we celebrate fucking Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, blah 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 blah, non-violence, yada yada yada. When they fucking put out this tweet, but also simultaneously say this, say shit like this. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. Why do you hate Martin? Peaceful, non-violent, civil disobedience.
over the bridge where you were stopped last time. Yes, it is a very high moment. I think
why do you hate MLK Jr.?
Great moment in our struggle. The fact that So many people were brutalized at that very point, and today we can march by that point and continue to move, means that we are making progress and that we have touched.
Is this violence? Is this domestic terrorism? Like I said, back then, they would have said yes, but are you willing to take your mask all the fucking way off right now in the year of our Lord 2024 and say that this is domestic terrorism? I dare you. More people need to be pressed on this. Liberals need to be pressed on this. Conservatives need to be pressed on this. Why do you hate MLK? When Senators Tillis and Blackburn introduced their bill, Tillis declared that blocking roads or bridges, common protest tactics going back to at least the civil rights era, needs to be a crime throughout the country. Soon, it may be. Alaska, Arizona, Missouri, New Jersey, New York, Washington, and West Virginia have all introduced bills in recent months to criminalize blocking roads or highways during protests, with some lawmakers explicitly referencing pro-Palestinian protests as justification. In Tennessee, which already criminalized highway protests, Republicans have proposed an enhancement measure that would make the offense a Class D felony, punishable by up to 12 years in prison and a $5,000 fine. South Dakota, Oklahoma, Iowa, Florida, and Arkansas have already passed similar bills, and Massachusetts may soon follow. New York's bill, introduced by Democratic lawmakers, is perhaps the most extreme, declaring that blocking public roads, bridges, or transportation facilities, or even acting with the intent to do so, Minority Report style, is a form of domestic terrorism. Democrats, even if these bills fail, they contribute to a climate of intimidation that chills speech and deters people from taking action. The crackdown has been more explicit on college campuses, amounting to what JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace executive director Stephanie Fox describes as a new form of McCarthyism, which is what we just went over right here. Literally, the new McCarthyism with Democracy Now! As student protesters have been doxxed, suspended, including Ilhan Omar's daughter today, or technically yesterday, and threatened with deportation. In early November 2023, Brandeis became the first private university to ban its chapter of Students for Justice in Palestine, SJP. A week later, George Washington University followed suit. Around the same time, Columbia University temporarily suspended its SJP and JVP chapters. We were talking about this a lot today. More recently, Columbia and American University have drafted policies severely limiting when and where students can protest. And now USC, like we also covered today, will be surely to follow suit. What's up, Shayna? They'll use any excuse, any backdrop to strip our rights away. Yeah. So put yourself in. The Dems started as the party of agrarian capitalist slavers, then became the party of the calmer, cleverer industrial bourgeoisie. They have never been on our side, of course. But I'm speaking to a predominantly American, audience. I myself am an American, and I have to go at things from the American perspective to dispel the idea that Democrats are on the left. You're absolutely correct, but I have to frame it that way in order to be able to correctly, more effectively communicate what's going on. But you're right. Meanwhile, Florida's public university system ordered the deactivation of all SJP chapters, claiming the group's activism amounted to material support for terrorists, kind of like what we saw with the Atlanta Solidarity Fund, right? A felony under Florida law. The order was challenged by the ACLU and has since been walked back by the chancellor, but the deactivation order remains on the university system's website. And a growing number of states have passed laws defining anti-Semitism in ways that limit criticism of Israel and stifle academic freedom. No worries, Sophie wasn't meant as a criticism. Oh, no, for sure. No worries. Yeah, no, you're all good. I mean, criticism is not bad though, by the way. So you know what I mean? That adding on to what I'm saying or correcting it, like anything, if, is not a bad thing. I'm just, just mentioning. But yeah, all good, all Gucci. Where was I? And a growing number of states have passed laws defining anti-Semitism in ways that limit criticism of Israel and stifle academic freedom. All of this is happening at a particularly volatile and perilous moment in U.S. history. The movement opposing U.S. policy toward Israel is attracting, quote, hundreds of thousands of new supporters, says Fox. But that's also coming at a time where the right is really experimenting and trying to build new tactics and legislative tools of repression. In democratically controlled Chicago, pro-Palestinian groups have already been denied permits to protest outside the summer's Democratic National Convention. Ayo? An echo of the violent clashes between protesters and police at the 1968 convention, which also concerned racial discrimination and an unjust war. Organizers have declared that even if Chicago refuses to follow them near the convention center, the march will take place, permit or not. But the FBI has already been knocking on doors in Chicago, home to the largest Palestinian American diaspora community in the country, with roots dating back to the late 19th century. Mohammed Sakari, a Chicago-based organizer with the U.S. Palestinian Community Network, says at least 2 Yemeni families and 1 prominent Palestinian community leader have faced questioning in their homes by the FBI and Chicago police. This is in Brandon's America. Democratic president sitting in the fucking White House. Obama came from here. This is a democratic state. Palestinian community leader have faced questioning in their homes by the FBI and Chicago police in visits that followed Democratic Representatives Nancy Pelosi's January call for the agency to investigate pro-Palestinian groups funding, who now just recently calling for the U.S. to stop sending arms to Israel. But now I don't know what Nancy Pelosi's take on that is now, given all of what's going on with Iran. The FBI has conducted home visits to members of the Palestinian community in the past, Sankari says, especially during periods of social unrest. But the visits now seem particularly intent on intimidating a movement that's growing nationwide. In Oklahoma, 3 FBI agents showed up at the home of Stillwater resident Rola Abdeljawad after she posted comments to her Facebook page critical of the war in Gaza. The advocacy group Palestine Legal has reported numerous similar incidents. An attorney working with one of the Chicagoans who was questioned confirmed that the Chicago police officer who was present during the visits told them that the FBI again has its eye on the city's Arab American community. The Chicago Police Department did not respond to requests for comment. In a written statement, an FBI spokesperson declined to confirm whether the Chicago visits had even taken place or if any investigations had been opened. But the spokesperson assured the FBI will never open an investigation based solely on protected First Amendment activity. That's cap. I'm going to go ahead and call cap on that one. If the past is any indicator of what could be the truth here, that's fucking cap. I know the history of the FBI in the United States. We were just talking about Martin Luther King Jr., for example. Like, come on, dog. I'm not fucking stupid. Like, holy shit. Sankari is not convinced. Of course not. This sets the stage for the next phase of repression, he says. And what that phase brings will be shaped by what happens in this November. Whatever the outcome of the election, mass protest is almost guaranteed. True. No matter what happens, mass protest is guaranteed. That is a very true sentence. Should Trump win, as he well might, he has already vowed to pursue his enemies with a vengeance and serve as a dictator for at least day one. At least. On the campaign trail, Trump has lamented not having sent troops to quell protests during the summer of 2020 and has said he'd consider suspending the Constitution to further his agenda. Meanwhile, his far-right allies have reportedly drafted plans to invoke the Insurrection Act, allowing Trump to use military force to crush opposition movements and civil unrest, making mass action like the Women's March all but impossible. The legal landscape has shifted considerably since Trump last occupied the White House. States have many more tools to go after protesters, and as the Cop City arrests indicate, Republican officials are increasingly willing to deploy existing laws in new ways to conduct sweeping arrests of activists. Remember, not only Republicans, but this is true. This is true, but not only Republicans. The day after I spoke to Tima Akun, who has been an activist with progressive Jewish organizations for 20 years, she emailed to say she felt she had understated the threat posed in this moment. She wanted to try again. Insane. That's insane. Reached out again to say, before you publish this, I need to reiterate. I don't think I really stressed this enough. The Women's March. As more and more laws are proposed and passed to criminalize dissent, and as we face a possible presidency by a man who admires Putin, oh my God, come on. Okay, getting a little libers here, and expresses his penchant for dictatorship, Okun writes, we are skating closer and closer to authoritarianism. Basic freedoms, once enshrined in the Constitution, are now at risk of being eliminated. Congress shaves off more and more rights piecemeal until we find we are unable to speak aloud our criticisms of government policies and practices. We slowly become a police state. I regret to inform you, though, however, that we already live in a police state. I regret to inform you that we do, in fact, live in a police state. Great article, nonetheless. A great article, nonetheless. Here's this for you, chat. We made it. That was a long one. That was a fucking hefty article. That was a fat one. But we did it. Very good. I was really disappointed that we didn't get to it yesterday. But I'm glad we got to it today because it's extremely important. Very good reporting on this. So there's that for you in the chat. Next up, let's briefly go over. What time is it? 2:46. Next up, we'll briefly go over our last thing here. The U.S. since we put it in the title, and also this is very important news that I don't want to get swept away because of all the other shit we have to cover or had to cover. The moment U.S. vetoes resolution backing full UN membership for Palestine, from Associated Press, and then this from Al Jazeera, unfair, unethical, and unjustified. Palestine responds to U.S. veto. ! Watching. In the chat for a link to the playlist that contains all the videos that we've watched. If you would like any of the links to any of the articles that we've read this evening, you can go back in the VOD and it should be posted in the chat. But first, before we continue on chat, also we can get to fun shit pretty soon after we talk about the US veto. But first, we must run an ad break because it's been a little bit more than an hour since our last ad break. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they can also enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. If you are one of those unsubbed friends in the chat, make sure to say hi, make yourself known, make yourself seen. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. If you are one of those friends in the chat that has the means to and is feeling generous today, please do consider supporting the stream, whether it be by gifting or throwing some bits or throwing a dono my way. All of those ways help help us continue to do this full time. We are currently only 3 subs away from the daily sub goal. Only 3. I think we can do it. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right. We're back. We are so back. Thanks for hanging in there. Thanks for waiting. If you had to sit through ads, I appreciate you for doing that. Thanks for sitting through them because it does help. It's a good way to support the stream, even if you don't have money to throw my way. But don't you worry because we are back. And we're almost done with politics. We can get on to fun stuff pretty soon. I promise. I promise. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Let's talk about the United States veto of full Palestinian membership in the United Nations. Fucking disgusting. Disgusting. Remember yesterday, what did we talk about? This. We talked about this yesterday. Hello? FBI, is that you? Stop. Talked about this yesterday. Leaked cables show White House opposes Palestinian statehood. Despite Biden's pledge to support a two-state solution, cables argue that Palestine should not be granted UN member status. We went over this article yesterday. Now I want pizza. I thought pizza would be a good plan last night. You know, World War III and all, and now I just feel like absolute ass, dude. I feel that so hard. I feel that. But all right, let's get into this. Oh, hello.
I gotta take you out west because there's some breaking news that's happening now.
What? No. Associated Press.
Will those in favor of
the moment U.S. vetoes resolution backing full UN membership for Palestine.
the draft resolution please raise their hand? Those against? Abstentions?
Fucking cringe. Pieces of shit, dude.
The draft resolution has not been adopted owing to the negative vote of a permanent member of the Council.
This vote does not reflect opposition to Palestinian statehood.
Cringe! Of course it does. It's such cap, dude. Of course it does. Of course it does. Oh my God, why can't you fucking support oh my God, full UN membership? Of course it does. That's literally what it is. They're saying, their argument is that this is not the way to do it. Their argument is that we need an agreement between the PA and Israel and other Arab nations, a peace agreement. That would be the best way forward to eventually getting Palestine recognized in the UN. Bullshit. Bullshit, and it's just more sidestepping, more fucking shifting, just like kicking the can down the road, which is just fucking status quo. Status quo. Basically, Israel gets to do whatever the fuck they want. Basically, Israel gets to do whatever the fuck they want.
It remains the U.S. view that the most expeditious path towards statehood for the Palestinian people is through direct negotiations between Israel and the Palestinian Authority with the support of
They said we are deferring to Israel. We are deferring to Israel. We don't want to say that we allow full UN representation for Palestine. We want Israel to decide. And we know what Israel's going to say about that.
United States and other partners. We believe this approach can tangibly advance Palestinian goals in a meaningful and enduring way.
Such bullshit, dude. Such bullshit. Now let's go to Al Jazeera to hear from Palestine. Unfair, unethical, and unjustified. Palestine responds to U.S. veto. Let's check it out.
Council to listen to the Palestinian ambassador's reaction to the veto.
A right to live in our homeland, Palestine, as an independent state that is free and that is sovereign. Our right to self-determination is inalienable. It is not tied to a time or a time frame. Our right is eternal, permanent, and continuous. It cannot be delayed. It cannot be suspended. And it has no statute of limitations. It is important that this right not be subject to manipulation or domination or conditions, especially not by Israel, the occupying power, the ethnic cleansing power, the genocidal power, the colonial power that is determined
Hey, Jade.
to evict our people from their homeland, to eliminate their identity, and to replace their history and their culture, and to uproot their present and their civilization, and to besiege their future and their horizons. The people of Palestine will not disappear. We will not disappear. The people of Palestine will not be buried. They are a historical fact. They are a history that cannot be erased, no matter the great power, no matter the tyranny. This Palestinian people, the glorious people of Palestine, remained on their land, not out of charity or mercy from Israel, but out of patience and steadfastness and hope and sacrifice, despite the occupation, despite the oppression, despite exile, enslavement, the siege, despite being persecuted and displaced and evicted and driven away as refugees. We have repeatedly warned of Israel's colonial policy in our land, which it not simply declares openly, but now boasts of it. We have warned of the absence of a horizon for a resolution. We have warned of the dangers of ignoring the Palestinian cause and its central nature, of ignoring the suffering of the Palestinian people, which is only growing. We have warned of the dangers of claiming that a just peace is possible in our region without a just, comprehensive, and lasting resolution to the Palestinian question. Madam President, we came to the Security Council today at an important historic moment, regionally and internationally, so that we could salvage what can be saved. We place you before a historic responsibility to establish the foundations of a just and comprehensive peace in our region. You are before the opportunity to revive the hope that has been lost amongst our peoples. We put you before the responsibility of interpreting and translating your commitment toward a two-state solution along the 1967 lines into actual action, firm action that cannot be maneuvered.
The 1967 lines, like the U.S. knows that would require forcing Israel to make all of their illegal settlements leave the illegally occupied Palestinian lands in the West Bank. They are never going to do that. And they took that land with blood, and they're definitely going to not give it up without a fight. That's why a two-state solution is unfortunately no longer fucking possible and is only used to continue the status quo. It sucks. It's fucked. It's just such a fucking abysmal fucking situation.
Or retracted. The majority of the Security Council members have risen to the level of this historic moment, and they have stood on the side of justice and freedom and hope, in line with the ethical and humanitarian and legal principles that must govern our world, and in line with simple logic. Here, we renew our sincere appreciation to sisterly Algeria and to the Arab and Islamic groups and the member states of the non-aligned movement and the Maltese presidency of the Council, a dedicated presidency that has managed our proceedings wisely. We express our appreciation to all of those who supported the Palestinian membership request and all of those who voted in favor of the draft resolution.
By all of your statements, those who voted in favor and even those who voted differently, of the passion that it contained in your commitment and understanding the pain and the moment of the Palestinian people. I salute you in the name of the Palestinian people and their leadership. Sayyid al-Rais.
Madam President,
Fuck, man.
accepted the two-state solution along the 1967 borders as an international vision of peace. The Arab states put forth the Arab Peace Initiative to support this vision. We built our state with the efforts of our sons and daughters and with the support and trust of the international community, despite the obstacles placed by Israel. We have engaged in the peace process in a manner that would secure our supreme national interests, and we have abided by the foundations of a peaceful and legal settlement to the conflict. The Palestinian leadership, under the presidency of President Mahmoud Abbas, continues to be committed to this peaceful track, and we renew our call for an international peace conference to be held under multilateral international sponsorship, a conference that aims to put an end to the Israeli occupation and achieve the independence of the state of Palestine. But the question remains, is there a true partner for peace in Israel? Is there a partner in peace with us in Israel? Israel insists.
Good question.
Through its consecutive governments. It insists on maintaining occupation, on murder, on siege, on the eviction of people, on building settlements. These are all policies and practices that run counter to the United Nations Charter and to the resolutions of the United Nations, and all aim to achieve just one objective, namely to snuff out any hope of a sovereign Palestinian state, of a Palestinian state that exists as a viable state. Israel believes that the state of Palestine is a permanent strategic threat to it and will do its best to block the sovereignty of a Palestinian state and to make sure that the Palestinian people are exiled away from their homeland or remain under its occupation forever. It is up to you now to determine who loves peace and who is the enemy of peace. Who loves peace and who is the enemy of peace. Who wants to save the lives of innocents and who seeks to perpetrate genocide. Israel does not want a two-state solution. Israel does not want a state of Palestine. This is Israel's scheme.
Yep.
This was approved by the Knesset.
Yep.
And is publicly announced by the Knesset members.
Yep.
And it's
it is
very
policy.
representative.
It's the policy. They don't believe in a two-state solution. We saw like the Israeli ambassador to the UK wilding on fucking British television and shit saying, yeah, fuck that. Like everybody knows this. Likud party, even outside of the Likud party, nobody supports a two-state solution.
This council.
I mean, it is worth mentioning, however, that there is one member of the Israeli Knesset that supports the South Africa's case of genocide against Israel in the ICJ. And they have been facing like all kinds of political attacks and have survived being expelled and everything. But my point remains.
Anywhere in the United Nations and outside of the United Nations does so. This is a plan that is claimed by Israeli government officials and politicians. Netanyahu even boasted about this as a political achievement, boasting that he succeeded in preventing the rise of a Palestinian state. He declared this in his imaginary map, the map that he brought with him to the General Assembly last September. A map of Israel from the river to the sea. A map that annihilates the existence of Palestine. This is the plan of his extremist government.
From the river to the sea.
To get rid of
That's
Palestine,
right.
to get rid of the Palestinians.
Yep.
This delusion, unfortunately, costs innocent lives. And do you know what Israel needs to implement this delusional plan? The plan to evict the people and to annex the land? All it needs is more time, more immunity,
Yep.
and more lives and blood.
Yep.
What will the international community do? What will you do?
Just a matter of time.
You, the International Security Council that is charged with the maintenance of international peace and security, what are you going to do?
Nothing.
What will you do?
What are you willing to do?
Will you give Israel the time it needs to annex Palestinian land? Will you give it the immunity to evict the people and kill them?
Yes.
Will you give Israel the weapons to kill more people?
Yes.
Will you give Israel the right to veto
Yes.
our right to exist on our
Yes.
land? To veto the Palestinian state's right to full membership
Just did.
in
Just
the United
did.
Nations?
Just fucking did.
Palestine's membership in the United Nations is not symbolic. It is a matter of great importance to Palestinians and to the peoples of the region at this very sensitive time. It is something that they have been awaiting since 1947.
Until 92. We've been waiting since 1947, and we are in 2024. هي خطوة ضرورية.
This is an important step to rectify a historic injustice that befell the Palestinian people since the partition resolution and through the Nakba and until this very day. It is an important step to revive faith in international legitimacy, in international law, and in this very organization, its charter, and to revive hope in the peaceful settlement of the conflict. Giving Palestine the membership is a manifestation of our right to self-determination. It consolidates the legitimacy of the state of Palestine in a manner that is irreversible.
Which is why it was just vetoed by the United States.
It protects and preserves the land of the state of Palestine so that it is not divvied up as happened before. Palestine's membership in the United Nations is an investment in peace.
Admit us to membership. It's an investment in peace. وانطلاقا له إن عضويتنا الكاملة.
Our full membership in the United Nations does not detract from the rights of any other member state, nor does this membership threaten or cancel out the membership of any other state.
We just want to be equal to all of you.
Just want to be equal to all of you. We don't want to
replace anyone. We want to enter your club as equal. إن تأييدكم منح دولة فلسطين العضوية الكاملة.
It's a big club. Not in it.
Supporting, granting Palestine full membership has put us on the path of hope, to keep the hope alive. The fact that this resolution did not pass will not break our will, and it will not defeat our determination. We will not stop in our effort. The state of Palestine is inevitable. It is real. Perhaps
it
they
is
see it
real.
as far away, but we see it as near, and we are the faithful. Madam President, we are the ones who experience oppression and injustice. We know more than anyone else the nature of this oppressive occupation because we live it. We know best what a just solution is, and we tell you that the time for freedom is now.
For freedom, it is the time for free Palestine. تذكروا أن بعد نهاية
Please remember that once this session adjourns in Palestine, there are innocents paying the price with their lives and the lives of their children, the price of this Israeli action.
Everybody's gonna go back to their fucking condos and their hotels in New York here and be comfy as fuck. 5-star dining after the fucking UN meeting, you know?
A price to the double standards, the blind bias towards Israel, the price for the delay in justice, freedom, and peace. Madam President, the Palestinian people have borne more than they can handle. They have suffered all forms of torture at the hands of the Israeli occupier. It has become clear now, more than any time before, that this glorious people have not and will not forfeit the right to their land. Despite the gravity of the suffering, of the tragedy, of the destruction, of displacement, our Palestinian people have never lost their humanity. Our Palestinian people now are searching for the remnants of life. And you will not find a people who have a stronger desire to live an ordinary life like our people in Gaza. Gaza of pride, Gaza of glory.
Poor guy keeps fucking crying and shit.
بل أن شعبنا الفلسطيني كافة.
Our Palestinian people, wherever they are, want life. They cling onto life. Just like the other peoples on this planet. The Palestinians are a people who aspire to freedom, to a dignified life, to a peaceful existence. The people of Palestine will not disappear. The people of Palestine will not be buried. The Palestinian people have never been unnecessary. You either do us justice or you do it justice.
We love life, to live in freedom and dignity in our national homeland. We will not disappear.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday.
Deal with us with fairness and give us our rights, or give us our rights. Thank you very much.
I thank the permanent observer.
The U.S. Navy.
That was rough, man. Because like in a lot of ways, like the PA is, you know, the PA has been like considered to be like a wing of, you know, the Israeli government, you know? But like, you know, at the end of the day, that's just a human being, a Palestinian man who has family and friends who have been obliterated. You know? Like, does anybody go home and lose sleep? Does the American representative lose any sleep tonight? It's just a job. It's just a job. It's just a fucking job. It's disgusting, man. Anyway, Anyway, we did it, chat. We made it through all of our politics and news content. Rejoice. Rejoice. Give yourself a pat on the back. Stand up and stretch. Drink some water. You know what I'm saying? Give yourself a fucking high five. We covered a lot today. Yeah. Dang Kug, Pinkpo, Comfy, Vibe Check. Let's go. That's the sort of footage that will be historically archived as criminal negligence of life guaranteed. Yeah, Solus, I believe that history, you know, will look back on this moment with disgust. I know it will happen. Yeah, and I know where I stood on it all. Oh man. Anyways, we fucking did it. We fucking did it. We fucking did it. Let's chill out. Let's do something fun for a little, huh? What do you guys think? What do you guys think, huh? Dun 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 dun. You guys want to watch a fucking? You guys want to watch like a live show? You guys want a game? What are we feeling like? I don't really have any like. Didn't have much comfy content like lined up. I have a bunch of shit on standby in the watching playlist. There's like a bunch of shit that I just keep like at the end of the playlist just in case if we ever need other content. Dune 2 watch party, let's do it. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Do do do. Boom boom boom. Let's see. Let's. Whatever I can fall asleep to. Are you calling me boring? Just kidding. Let's see. Play global thermal nuclear war? The fuck? What is that? Do 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 do. Oh my god, that's right. Look at let's watch this guy save a cat. Утро. This fucking Russian dude, if you haven't been here when we've watched this guy in the past, he just like saves cats. I don't speak like Russian. I know a few words in Russian. But like he just, I don't know, like saves cats that get stuck up on poles and in trees and shit. And then like makes videos out of it. It's awesome.
Я тут блуждаю по отдаленному спальному району частным сектором.
Tofu, have you ever seen, you've never seen War Games? War Games quote? No, I don't know what that is.
Я вообще не планировал сегодня никуда ехать.
What's that?
У меня сегодня медобследование запланировано.
You can never be, I know, I was just messing with you, Lynn.
Ну вот, в 5 утра мне еще позвонили, сказали, сидит на столбе с 5 вечера киса. Хозяйка дома рядом, очень сильно за нее переживает, не знает чей.
Pretty old movie.
Вот.
It's a movie? Let me see. War Games.
Еле завел машину. Движок ветром менял, один 30-летний на другой.
Oh, it's starring fucking what's his name?
Право хотел поставить обратно 15-летнего выбасу. Это
fucking what's his face? What's his fuck?
This is a tape that I got from the library. It's about this guy named Falcon. He was into games as well as computers. He designed them so that they could play checkers or poker, chess.
What's so great about that? Everybody's doing that now.
Oh, no. What he did was great. He designed his computer so that it could learn from its own mistakes.
No, that's where I know him from. Stoudman is Back to the Future.
The system.
Oh wait, no, this is the one where like he like, is this the one where he like thinks he like hacked into some shit and he thinks it's a game, but it's really like the nuclear launch fucking program or some shit, and he's like starts a world war. Or am I thinking of a different movie?
Really learned how to learn. It could teach itself. If I could just get that damn password, I could play the computer.
That's War Games. Nailed it.
That's him. That's Vulcan.
That's him? Wow. He's amazing looking. Can't you write to him or call him somehow?
No, he's dead.
He's dead?
Yeah. Here, look. Here's his obituary.
He wasn't very old.
Well, he was pretty old. He was 41.
Oh, yeah? Oh, that's old.
40. Oh, that's old.
That's his little boy.
Oh, that's old.
This is really sad. Did you know the child and his mother were killed in a car crash?
Yeah, I
In
know.
the years that followed the tragic loss of his family, Dr. Falcon's health deteriorated.
Wait, this is a scene? I thought it was the fucking like.
My dad is 45.
I thought it was the fucking what's it called?
What was his name?
Preview or whatever.
My father?
No. Falcon's kid.
Let me get a preview. Let me get a fucking little thing.
Can't be that simple.
Trailer.
David Lightman was a master at computer games, a fast thinker.
David! Maybe you could tell us who first suggested the idea of reproduction without sex.
Your wife?
Got him!
Get out, Lightman.
And a promising student at an old game.
Hi.
With an electronic twist.
Are those your grades?
Yeah. I don't think that I deserved an F. Do you?
Bro, I wish I could do shit like this so fucking bad, dude. Dude, I swear, when I tell you that I fucking schemed like so hard to figure out ways to do shit like this when I was a young one, like, oh my god, bro.
You can go to jail for that.
Only if you're over 18. This computer company is coming out with these amazing new games in a couple of months. And I want to play those games. Wow.
What?
We got something.
He found the right code word to play the game.
We're in.
But it was the wrong computer.
Shall we?
Uh-oh.
How can I ask you that?
How about global thermonuclear war? All right.
What's going on? My god.
The trajectory heading. Multiple impact re-entry vehicles.
What does that mean?
I don't know, but it's great.
All stations, this is Crystal Palace.
I wonder if I should use my subs.
22 Typhoon-class submarines departing Petropavlovsk.
What in the hell's happening here?
What in the hell?
Shall we play?
I have 7, correction 8. That's 8 Redbirds. Get on the sack. Tell them to flush the bombers.
Russians are still denying everything, sir.
Who are you working with?
Nobody.
Why don't I believe you?
Overday, we have Soviet missile warning.
Placed under arrest pending indictment for espionage.
Espionage?
Confidence is high.
Espionage? What the?
Negative, this is not an exercise. Made the president on the
I just want to play a game. Wait. Did I just... Oh my god. No way did I just put that like right on cue.
Is it real?
War games. Playing soon.
That's fire.
Near you.
Shall we play?
Honestly, I need to see this. This looks amazing. I just wanted to play a game. It's coming soon, chat. Can't wait for that to come out. Still one of my favorite movies.
Вот он, бедолага, сидит, вот он. Короче, котик чувствует...
Okay, what is this audio? Holy fuck.
И... Не знаю, что с ним делать. У меня же переноски с собой нету. Я же так и не забрал с того котика, которого с балкона снимали.
My god.
Разбирался же как-то. это, прикручу платформу. Я не знаю, как это будет работать. Заранее спасибо. Я, ну, так, ново для меня.
You know what's sad? War Games is 41. That means I'm old now. Oh no. Why does it sound like he's in a fucking fish tank, bro? What the fuck? Wait, where's the cat? Oh, there it is. Oh, how does this happen so much where he lives at? Like, I feel like this happens like a lot. How has he made an entire YouTube channel around saving cats on top of poles? Like, is this man putting cats on top of poles and then filming it? Cats are antennas? True. 5G? That's true. Why are cats so dumb? You take that back. You take that back right now. Did it have DEFCON numbers the wrong way around? Wait, what? I just woke up. How did I end up here? Not the first time I've asked this question. Hey, yo. What's up, James? How's it going?
Руки-то, да, подмерзают тоже.
Well, what we don't know is that the cats are establishing their communication network for the clandestine spy network. Oh. Yo, Cicero, thank you for gifting to James from the internet. Pog. Also, everybody go follow James from the internet if you don't already. Hope you've been well, James.
По поведению, сейчас уже можно сказать, что такой. Не совсем бездомный точно.
Come here, little kitty.
Да, хорошо бы вам найти чаеван.
Give you headpads and vodka. Comrade kitty cat.
Что это взлетел-то, а? Да, собаки-то нехорошо.
You here for the fucking man rubbing the cat on the pole? The cat on the pole? Hey, yo, wait, chill. Yo, chill. Oh, baby. It's actually very wholesome. This dude literally, like, makes his entire channel is fucking saving cats. Russian guy saves Russian cats on top of Russian poles for some reason. Constantly. Tons of cats stuck on top of poles and in trees. Get in there. Well, jump in now. Get in the bag, kitty cat. Oh, baby. Poor little babe. Cat, kitty. Cat, kitty. The fucking... The captions are fucking hilarious. Kitty, cat. Kitty. Oh, cat in the bag for today. +1 kitty cat. Put that shit in the inventory. Cat acquired. At least that one's not trying to get out of the bag. Yeah, this one's actually really chill. We watched the one before that Restate's talking about, where the cat was really not hyped, which makes more sense. This cat is very chill for some reason. Cat in the bag for today. Here you go. Hey, here you go, random stranger. Here's a cat in a bag. Now, don't you let that cat out of the bag.
Он там сейчас сиганет. Запросто тоже может. Я пока сниму, все разденусь. Переоденусь. В тепло пока его, да, несите?
Fuck yeah. Mission accomplished. Fucking mission accomplished. Fucking Grand Theft Auto theme plays. Wholesome. Cat saved. And then he has just like a whole outro thing, which I'm very not interested in. Yeah, here's this thing. Give him money. He saves cats. Give him money. He saves cats. He's Russian. Okay, we're back with another cat saving video. Yo, what's up, guys? It's your boy, Russian Dude. We're back with another cat rescue video where I climb poles, climb trees, and I saved a pussy once again. Hit the like button, smash the bell as well. He's got all the gear too. He's a full-on climber.
У меня за всю мою практику было 2 случая, когда мне попадались котики, у которых уже были.
Yeah, sure, dude. Whatever. Oh, I can hear the cat meowing. Oh no. Oh my god, I can hear it.
Владельцам этих котиков нифига не дешево стоило.
Yeah, this is what happens when you put pussy on a pedestal or a pole. That's right. That's right. That's right, boys. Otherwise, you gotta call this guy. Oh, I can hear it, Katie. Oh.
Сэм, сейчас подойду, погоди. Сэм. Кисун. Привет.
Oh, привет.
Здорово,
hi.
Здорово.
Oh, handsome guy, he says.
Давай.
Давай. Давай, давай.
Тренироваться будем? Надо.
Meow. Oh my god. He's like, please help me, bro. I'm about to die.
Сразу слезть.
Meow, please fucking help me.
Иди ко мне. Иди сюда.
Oh my god.
Сэм. Ну, подходи.
These cats speak Russian. He says, привет.
Давай я тебя тут подстрахую. Здесь маленечко. Вот он пытается слезть мордой вниз. И не получается. Если был наклон больше, да, он бы мог лапами упираться. Тут он застрянет вот в этой вот. Вот в этой, он скользить начинает уже. Вот. В развилке застрянет.
Oh, he's climbing down on his own. Oh my god, he's like, please take me. He's like, for the love of God, grab me, bro. Like, I know you're here to get me.
А когда ему надо с вертикального ствола слезать, это Сэм вот так.
Oh, is he gonna do that? Okay, we watched a video where he basically just makes the cat climb down on his own. He doesn't always put the pussy in a bag. He's like, please help me, dude.
Не ходи туда, Сэм. 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 Давай.
It's like I would have stayed up there.
Лапа. Вот это. Так. Молодец. Так, лапа. Это лапа.
See, he's like one paw at a time. He's like helping the cat down. Oh, it's like... Oh my god, you didn't bring a bag, bro? How come you didn't bring a bag on these ones? Like, I don't understand. He's like, alright, you got this, bro. You don't need me. You got your pussy ass in this fucking mess. You can get your pussy ass out of it. That's right. Bootstraps. Bootstraps.
Хочет слезть на меня.
Find him. Locate the bootstrap. Oh, shh. That's not funny.
Молодец. Так, давай.
Давай.
Пока на себя, а там мы чуть пониже опять.
Yeah, he's like, run and tell the rest of the cat colony that this is how you get yourself out of this mess. Oh. Babe.
Да, в ухо мне.
Puss in bootstraps. Puss in bootstraps.
Ты любишь, чтобы тебя так почесали, да? Весь об меня трется. Давай, сейчас пониже. И ниже, чтоб ты сам уже слез.
Wee. Oh. Meow. That one goes on the fridge. Yeah, you're right.
Давай.
Давай, давай. Мяу. Мяу.
Сэм. Ух, когти-то у тебя.
Meow.
Сэм.
Oh my god, chill, chill. Why didn't you bring a bag?
Не-не-не-не-не. Мне, говорит, дерево ваше нафиг не надо, да?
He said, нет.
Давай, давай, лапы пошли вниз.
Oh my god,
Давай,
poor
эта лапа
thing.
пошла.
He's
Да.
like, bro, what the fuck,
Вот.
dog?
Умница.
No.
Продолжаем. Эта лапа пошла.
One
Да,
paw.
эта лапа пошла.
Left paw, right
Давай,
paw.
давай, Дальше.
Left paw, right
Вот.
paw. Bro, just help
Вот.
the cat down for
Вот,
the love of
умница.
God. He's just like, dude, bootstraps.
Умница, умница.
Meow. Bootstraps intensifies.
Умница. Ну, тентика бы не было, понятно.
You got it. You got it. You can jump from here.
Не, он сообразил. Он не сразу сообразил, но это... Да, ну понял.
See, what did we learn? And what did we learn, kitty? What's up, Naomi? Bro, get down. Oh my god, aren't you sick of being up here? Go. Oh, it's like, okay, I see. There's like a tarp. I thought that was the ground right there. Oh, safety. We did it. We fucking did it.
Надеюсь, третий раз он уже, если что, сам.
We did it. W. Huge W. Puss in bootstraps, folks. Oh, that was adorable. Poor cat. Cats love getting stuck in trees. Ridiculous. And getting stuck on the very tippy top of poles, too, apparently. Insane. And this dude just made an entire YouTube channel out of it, which is honestly fucking shouts out to him, for real. Shouts out to him. What a legend. What a legend. All right, chat. Listen, it's been a good stream, but I'm feeling kind of tired. I'm kind of hungry, and it's about to be 4 a.m. So I think I'm gonna call it here. But thank you for hanging out with me, chat. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoyed your stay, because I enjoyed your company. Like I said, thanks for hanging out with me. I really appreciate this community very much. I hope to see you guys again tomorrow for more news, more politics, more comfy reacts, maybe some gaming, who knows. But yeah, hope to see you again tomorrow, 9 p.m. PST to 4 a.m. PST. Come hang again. Remember to go follow all my socials. There's all my links. Go join the Discord to be able to get notified when I go live, and also to keep up with the community outside of the stream. Yeah. Bye, everyone. Much love. Thanks for hanging. See you guys. Remember to stay hydrated. Remember to drink some water. Oh, let's raid Lord Spew. We're gonna raid Lord Spew. We're gonna spam some emotes. And we're gonna spam some good vibes. Spam some emotes, spam some good vibes. Thanks for hanging out with me. See ya, Echo Wave. See ya, Drink. Thanks. See ya, Arberlin. See ya, Bo Boneless. See ya, Midnight Dime. Bye, everyone. Bye, Forlorn. Much love. Take your meds. Drink some water. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to others. Don't be a dick. But also don't be a pussy. Night, everyone. Night, Echo Waves. Night, Jade. Night, Guatemalan. Night, Chris the Nerd. Night, Nori. Night, Doom Nukin. Bye, Scuba Duck. Bye, Sticky Monkey. Bye, everyone. See you guys tomorrow.
Good times for a change. See the life I've had. make a good girl turn bad. So please, 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 let me get what I want this time. Haven't had a dream in a long time. See, the luck I've had can make a good girl bad. So for once in my life, let me get what I want. Lord knows it would be the first time. Lord knows it would be the first time.
Clearly a mouth breather. Oh, Topher Raid, Topher Raid, Topher Raid. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Just do it. Just do it, chat. Get on the same page. Good night, Skyhook. Peace out, peace out. Is there a Tofu Raid coming in? Is there a Tofu Raid coming in? What's up, Nori420? How are you doing? Skyhooks does always draw hella epic. That's how I would describe it every time.